blog and writing and judging this stuff and rankings. He in his league, we did a sleeper draft. He gave me a A, of course. I mean, why wouldn't he give me an A? This is what I do. I'm the big vanilla sports guru. I'm VJ Vernon Husky. Of course I got a fucking A. You damn right, man. My man from Wisconsin. He's a big Packer fan. My man, Big J.
What's up?
What's up, baby? You like the Metallica?
Yeah, I recognized it. It's good stuff.
Coming up next, oh, he hate me. Yeah, he texted me. He went outside to smoke real quick. I get to smoke inside. My next homie coming in. Actually, I just met this guy like 3 weeks ago. We probably shouldn't work together. We talk more about sports than we actually do the job. But he's a good dude, man. And he's a huge Packer fan also, too, man. He used to live up there, and he's got family ties to the Ice Bowl. So the two of you, I don't need you guys joining and making some, really weird like Packer bromance on my show. I need y'all to try to contain yourself, possibly, if you guys can. All right, man. My man, they call him. He said they call him Big Mark. That's all I know. Mark Trudeau is his name, but he said they call him Big Mark, man.
What's going on?
What's up, baby?
Hey, don't hate us because you ain't us. Okay, go back.
The classic white guy line. Let me show you guys this too, because I'm drinking and I'm handling my business. Look at those shot glasses. First of all, let me show you this one. Yeah. And then so I got my NFL and I got my college shot glasses ready to rock and roll. And I'm waiting for anybody else that wants to jump in. So you guys see your I just random it again. Mark, where'd you end up on this time around, buddy?
Number 8.
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm right in the middle, which I fucking hate. I'd much rather be 1 through 3 or like 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
Because it comes back around. Yeah. So, but I mean, I'm pretty nasty at this type of shit, so I'm not worried about it too much.
You watching this Ohio State?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, he's not watching it.
Hey guys, this is an example of what happens when you almost ruin shit for me on my live stream.
I was just asking if you were watching.
Yeah, he'll be back. See, I have all the controls. I have all the power. I have the wand. I have the spear. I have the scepter. I have Thor's hammer. Whatever the fuck you want to call it, I have it. So we'll bring him back in.
I'm sorry. I thought you were off.
Yeah,
okay.
No. I am off, but I had other things I had to do today to take my son to physical therapy. I just woke up from a nap. I was up until 5:30 a.m. yesterday or this morning because I did a 3-hour show. I started at like 2 a.m., so it ran to like 5 a.m. So I did an overnight show, live show. And so, no, I didn't get a chance to. I'm right now on my TV is the South Florida NC State game. I want to actually sit and watch the fuck guys. I don't want to have to hear it or I want to
fuck guys.
And watch. Listen, I already showed you this. Do I need to show it to you again?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
I hate Ohio State probably more than you do.
I want to watch the fuck out. But yeah, any of these games don't rule it. My man is about. I got another. Oh, my boy's in here. That's what I'm talking about, man. Oh, this is gonna be so fucking fun. This gentleman is actually one of the smartest Twitter guys that I know. He helps out a shitload of people get their shit together on Twitter, get up followers. He's even taught me how to look at the analytics of Twitter, how to really get the most out of your posts, impressions, things of that nature. And since then, I think my following has grown at least by 2,200 since I met this gentleman, man, and another gentleman that'll be in here too, man. So big Cowboy fan, but he's not irrational. He's done my show on Sportsmanlike Conduct before. But like I said, one of the smartest Twitter guys I know. He's staying up late because he's back east. He from my hood. He from where I ride at, 703. My man Zeke Spoon in the building. What up, man?
What's up, yo?
And he put the Cowboy jersey on.
Yep, got everything ready.
And he put the Cowboy jersey on. There you go.
Cover up the shrubbery here. Right. Hold on a second.
Oh, yeah, that jersey right there. That's Mr. Texture Dick. Yeah, that's Texture Dick.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. See, I wore the jersey, but being that I'm the king of this shit, I wore a king. Being that I'm the king of this shit, I wore a king. So I could have put a jersey on. I could put a jersey on too. What'd you throw back on the Cobb?
Yeah, it hasn't moved yet.
Everybody, please introduce your. Oh, hold on, my bad. Before I do that, my man just sat back down in this chair. This gentleman I met through Zeke Spoon and through Jake Football, Fantasy Football. He's actually got a really, really good show. The guy's good at what he does and can talk sports, guys. Very few people I meet or I do shows with that can wordplay with me word for word for an hour and 45 minutes straight. This gentleman is one of them, man. He goes by Vegas Benchwarmers. Everybody, make sure y'all go follow each other on social media and support each other too. This is running live right now on StreamYard and running live on YouTube. So if you want to text some friend, yo, jump on YouTube. I'm in this live streaming fantasy draft right now, man, for Vesn Sports Network. You guys feel free to do so. But my man Eric, this is my homie. We were supposed to go to the Wilder fight, and then we were going to hang out for the Pacquiao fight, and both plans got wrecked. I was supposed to be in Vegas twice over the last damn month, but things got changed, man. So my man E Double, my man, he's like, oh, and you sat in front of the Chiefs shit? Uh-oh.
Of course. And I'm rolling with Mahomes. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
What's up? How you guys doing? I'm the guy that runs the Twitter of the Vegas Benchwarmers. Yeah. I know Jake. I know I've interacted with Zeke. Zeke's follow train is amazing. I really appreciate that. That is awesome.
I love the name. He hate me. I love it.
That's me. Yep. So I'm ready for this draft. The individual draft. I don't like these, but I'm ready.
And listen, guys, so let's go over draft is in 6 minutes. So just really quick, just some tips and not trying to be a know-it-all. I've done this league, and I can show you guys on NFL.com. This is my 10th straight year. I get voted. NFL.com votes their custom leagues. My league is always voted in the top 10 of their custom leagues and the top 10 percentile of their custom leagues because of my scoring system. I punish for shitty kickers. Do not draft average kickers, guys. You're gonna lose games, okay? I punish heavy for turnovers because I played football. And in football, if you turn the ball over, you're not gonna win many games. I also will I reward defensive and IDP players, sacks, strip fumbles, recoveries. Every touchdown is 6. And no matter how you slice it, every touchdown is 6. I reward for big plays. Eric texted me the other night. If you have Aaron Donald and Aaron Donald recovers a fumble, that's 3. Then if you have the Rams defense, that's also 3. And then if it's a scoop and score, that's 6 plus the yardage. So you want to get guys on the defense. My league allows you to not have to hinge on, oh, man, I don't have a tight end. Fuck it. If you got a 100 tackle guy, because it's a PPR for tackle, so you got a 100 tackle guy and you got an 8 interception guy in your defense, that covers your tight end. Don't wait to go get your defensive guys. If you know guys are going to cause turnovers, if you know guys are going to get 100 plus tackles, and that receiver or that running back goes, go grab a defensive player guy. I've seen people in my league time and time again lose because they neglect the defense, and I've seen guys win championships because they focused on 2 or 3 guys, got 2 or 3 great offensive guys, and then just MacGyver and Band-Aid the rest of that shit together for a season.
Sounds good.
All right. Other than that, that's the last advice. Guys, introduce yourselves, man. Get to know each other. Everybody, you guys
y'all go defense first. Y'all go ahead and go defense. Leave all the offense to me. Y'all go defense first. Go ahead, get your max. Go ahead, get your closers, get all that stuff.
I'm gonna go get a kicker first. How about that?
Yeah, go get all that. Man, I stream kickers, so we ain't gonna worry about that.
If you go get a kicker, just don't go to Detroit. If you get a kicker, don't go to Detroit.
Look, don't get Bucker because he misses more extra points than anybody else in the league. Yeah, I'm just letting y'all know. It's like 8 is the record for the most missed extra points, and he had 6 last season.
All right. Oh, okay. So we got 2 more. That's it. Oh, that's the Jeremy that's in the league. Okay.
Jeremy.
All right. This next cat I'm bringing in, man, homeboy Germs. He works with Vegas Benchwarmers a lot. I didn't even see these guys at the bottom, but he's a real cool, laid back guy, big time Raider fan. So let's bring
He's the
Jeremy
co-founder of Vegas Bench Warmers.
My man over here is the has a podcast. I'll let him plug his brand new podcast. Him and I met through my wife's best friend. He's down in San Diego doing big things on his podcast. Huge Cowboy fan. Think he know what he be talking about a lot of times, but a lot of times he don't really be knowing. He don't really be knowing shit. Nah, this is my man right here, my man Kenneth. There we go.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
He was on your draft show, dude. You were amazing on that draft show. I just want to let you know.
Oh, thank you.
You were good.
Like that.
Let me say what I need to say. He was really good. I was in there talking to. He was good. He was good.
Hey, gas me up. I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll take all
good.
of it.
I liked it. I was watching. We were in there talking. You were very good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
And you look comfortable. You weren't in a 3-piece suit. You look comfortable.
Right. So
hold up. Fuck you. I look good. And everybody that watched my draft show loved it with the Dolphins tie on. Come on, bro.
Oh, hold on. I think I agree with this.
I'm just getting warmed up for the big networks, homie. When you get them big contracts, they ask you to put a jacket and a tie on. I'm just getting warmed up. That's all.
I
gotta clean it up sometimes.
Yeah, no, Kenneth was definitely the best part of the show. I mean, hands down.
I told you he was amazing. I just he just came in.
The Cowboy fan that didn't want Michael Parsons. Okay.
And you know what? And you watch this. And you know what? I'll be honest about that. I did, but after I had to study some more tape and I watched him in training. He's amazing. No, he's amazing. I was wrong.
He's legit sideline to sideline. All right, guys. So I'm going to share the screen of the draft. Draft starts in 1 minute, and then go ahead and try to do your best to put together y'all shitty teams. But I mean, it's up to y'all. However y'all do it, I don't give a shit. We'll see how y'all do it.
By the way, you guys, I take DoorDash, Venmo, Cash App. So after this is all said and done, just giving you guys a heads up.
I'll jump back in, guys, with the screen because I do like it like this, but I also do like it to where we can actually see everybody.
Yeah.
So, all right. Hey, oh shit! So Jake, my man from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
One of the smartest fantasy guys I know. I actually really read his shit, and I don't read a lot of fantasy.
I do too.
He does a great job, man. So, I think I already know him, and I talked on my last show for a while. I think I kind of already know what this pick is. So, we'll go from there. All right,
we gotta work on those draft grades, though. We got to work on those draft grades, Jake.
Well, here we go.
Done.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Packer guy going Viking guy.
Oh, okay.
I love this
Your
guy.
team is now on the clock.
Done.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just get him. Go ahead and get him. Yep. Big Vanilla, where we going, DJ? What you taking?
Your team is now on the clock.
Well, I mean, these backs, I would love to take Kelsey. I just don't think he'll duplicate what he did last year. I don't like Zeke. So, and Kenneth and I have had big conversations.
He hates Zeke.
About Zeke. I really like Aaron. Right. I really like Aaron. I really like Jones right there as my first back put on my squad that I know is going to give me what I need week to week as long as his ass don't get hurt. And now Sage is supposed to be in this shit, man. I got on his ass about missing the last live that we did. Sage is another big Twitter guy. He's another guy that helps guys get their followings up and creates these groups. Even though the last group they let way too many people in at one point.
We still in that group, and there's a lot of people. There's 67.
Oh yeah, see I'm fine. I am not sharing. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I am not sharing 67 people's fucking interviews and I'm sorry. It doesn't even turn into it's not even my page anymore. If there's 67 other people's content on my show.
Hey, I had to turn off notifications for the bench warmers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he cussed me out. He's like, "Get me out of this." I love it though, because I like the extra people we get to meet. Like,
what
I'd have never met you. I'd have never met Jay.
I had to auto draft this whole fucking draft.
Quick sidebar. Sage did the sleeper draft with Jake and I. If
Yeah,
you
he
guys
auto
missed that-
drafted.
if you missed that on the dope ass league. Okay, he picked. God.
Sage,
Boom.
I took this and I tweeted this out
I hear
and
you,
put
Mark.
it in
Mark
the
said,
group
boom.
already. And Sage already hit it, so he's online.
Sycamore wants Bama. All right, Jeremy, where you going, Jeremy?
Please.
Surprise, surprise! A Packer fan drafted Devontae Adams.
Dude, he's a stud. PPR league, that's a
super
no-brainer.
solid.
Number one
Yeah.
receiver.
I expect him. Excuse me. I expect him to have 100 catches plus this year. I expect like 115 if he's healthy. I expect 115.
Well, the real question for Devontae Adams is he going to crack 1,000 yards yet?
True. That's true.
Hey, just give me 15 touchdowns. I'll worry about that later.
True.
The touchdown machine.
Oh yeah. Oh, nice pick, Mark. Nice
Yeah,
pick,
dude,
Mark.
he's gonna have about 70 receptions alone.
Yeah. No, not only that, he's legit. You know, you can see it. And Tomlin put him out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Tomlin threw him out there. So all right. Let's see. Where am I going?
Hey, watch my next pick.
I mean, VJ, you could take Zeke.
Nah. I found my guy. Y'all stop me. Yo, you know what, man? Go ahead with that, bro. Y'all know.
Come on,
Man, I'm trying to help you out.
Come on, man.
Y'all see it? Stop playing with me, man. I get points, okay?
Your team is now on the clock.
I get points. I plays fantasy. That's why I want to I rotate guys in this league all the time. It's never the same 9 other guys. Maybe this year it's all new guys. You guys are all new this year. Sometimes I'll keep 2 or 3 guys, but I want to like really put people on because like Eric from Vegas Bitch, first thing goes, oh, I don't like IEDP. I said, dude, just play my league. I scored really dope, man. Trust me. And there's fractional point. You guys see some of the some things are minus 0.2. I create that fractional where you can lose a game or win a game by half a point or 0.2 or lose by 0.4. And I like that. I hate whole scoring. They've been need to kind of like rejuvenate, like, you know, ESPN.com fantasy football. They've been needed. It needs to touch up.
That's
It's the
Chris's
worst
pick.
website for sure. I'd agree with that.
Yeah, they need a touch up. And it's just new. Let me see who we got over these last. All right, everybody went result. Yeah, 4 straight receivers. So we see the receivers going. You guys know over to the left.
What's everybody's worst loss? What's everybody's worst loss in fantasy?
I lost last year in the championship round to Kamara. Kamara housed me for 52 points.
He killed
and I lost by
everyone.
him. That was terrible.
Yep. I lost a championship game on Antonio Brown's antics that last game in Pittsburgh.
I had a loss one time. I was up 2 points, and last play of the game, sack, fumble. They end up getting. He had the defense. Sack, fumble, 3 points. I lose the game on the last play.
Fuck. I got another one. Do you guys remember San Francisco on a Sunday night? Navarro Ballman with the scoop score as the clock's running out for San Francisco.
Yeah.
It was in this league. I had a guy that I was playing who had Navarro Ballman, and I'm up by like 20 points. And I'm thinking the game, and Bowman picks that ball up and runs 80 yards. That's the first time fantasy pissed me off. Like I was legitimately very upset for like a day and a half at that result.
That's definitely the best part about IDP.
I love IDP, man. Once I figured out I could do this, like back in 2010, I've done this league. I've done it multiple times. Sometimes one year I had three separate leagues because so many people wanted to try it. But I love these leagues, man. The other leagues they're easy to win. That sleeper league that Jake created is good. We start 2 quarterbacks, like 4 receivers, 2 tight ends. It's a dope lineup. I love the 2 tight ends. I love that. He's king.
Forces you to go deep.
What we doing?
We're going.
Homer.
Of course,
Homer,
he was on the board. I had to keep him there.
Simpson.
That was the pick. That was my pick. I was deciding, but I got Montgomery in another league. I already got Robinson, and I didn't want to go get Kittle. So I was like, yeah, let me just go ahead and pick him up.
Saying in different leagues, you try to grab different players because you're not really sure who's actually going to be good.
Yeah. Yeah. I have no problem with that. Also, I don't know what it is, but I try as hard as I can to like spread it around. I just think it's more fun when I do multiple leagues like that.
Me too.
Yeah. So like that's more or less what it is. Like if I do multiple leagues, I just think it's more fun to look at my teams and see different teams. It also helps me remember which team is which in which league.
Yeah. Well, not only that, it also helps you in your other leagues. Say you have a certain player on two of your teams, and in another league you don't. When you see that guy that you're playing up against, you know exactly what he's been doing. You know exactly what he's going to give against you or not give against you.
And I don't really know what I'm doing a lot of times, Jake. You're 100% right. But yeah, there's a combination of both of those.
Nah, listen, all you guys are smart. Hey, real quick, Mark here, guys. Mark is actually the store manager. You guys, I've told some of people my personal life, but I've gone back into commission sales after 3 years out, really focusing on like all my comedy and sports shit. Mark is actually the store manager of a Bob's Furniture store that I work at right now.
Nice. Yeah. I need a couch too.
See, Mark.
I know a good sales rep.
I was literally just looking for. We found a couch, but it was too long for our spot, so we're still looking.
Yeah. This guy knows sales, man. He's been with Verizon. He's been a VP for multiple companies, and he's lived everywhere in this country. And when we did our interview, we literally sat and talked for like an hour and 45 minutes, and didn't talk a lot about the job. It was two guys. It was just two guys. That's it's like, all right, hey, this is what we have here. This is who we are. Do you want this? And then I got to pitch myself back and. Next thing you know, we're in Bob's at a dining room table for like 2 hours talking. So he's a good dude, man. He's a good human being. I like him. So he's the newest guy. He's the newest guy on here as far as my association with you guys go.
This is getting down to the nitty gritty.
Oh, I like it. Listen, let's see. I mean, that's why I love doing this shit, man. You guys are drafting. Everybody's drafted. Well, there's nobody I can look at and clown. I see how people are putting their teams together.
Yeah, so far I'm liking quite a lot of what I'm seeing, but we'll see when I get the
I'm waiting for these draft grades, buddy. I'm waiting for these.
Oh God, Mark.
Bro, I
like to go receiver quarterback like you, buddy.
I know. We talked.
I know. I saw the Mahomes Hill thing pick up. I saw that one.
It only makes sense, bro.
I got Mahomes and Kelsey in a dynasty league.
Yeah. Every team I do. Every team, even if it's my second quarterback, every team I do in fantasy will have a quarterback and one of his receivers. I will not draft a team without that. You're killing yourself if you do that.
That's a smart.
They call that a stack.
Yeah.
And don't let me get like the second tight end that gets like there's a tight end. Jake knows because he saw me grab him in the league. Jake, don't say nothing. There's a tight end that nobody's talking about. That I guarantee I'll put $50 on it with anybody right now. He's going to have 10 touchdowns this season. Guaranteed.
Well, I can tell you everybody's biggest complaint about him if you want that.
No, because that'll give it away.
Well, I think I know who it is.
Don't say if I get him, I'll let you guys know. The minute I take him, I'll let you because I want him. So
yeah,
I definitely want him.
Is Sage up the guy that didn't show?
Yep.
Yeah, Sage is the guy that didn't show.
Or if I decide to take VJ's pick at tight end, you'll know and he'll scream. It'll be great.
And if you do, I ain't gonna be mad at you. Okay, hey, y'all hush now. I'm working right now. Everybody hush. I'm working. I'm just fucking with you guys. I love.
No, I think we need to keep the conversation going. You're on offense right now, and we are the fans in the stadium. We got to help the defense win, which is us. So
we're trying to distract him.
I believe in this kid a lot.
Oh,
and
okie
I like who's throwing them the ball here.
You know, when you start a sentence with "I believe in somebody" when you're about to pick in fantasy, that normally means we're about to clown the shit out your ass for that pick.
Pretty much.
Well, if now you guys went clown. You know what? I'm not gonna let you talk me into it, but I almost want to pick this motherfucker just to shut you the fuck up. I almost want to pick him just to shut you the fuck up.
I'm just saying. You probably could get him the next round.
Nah.
Hello.
Hey. I got 15 left. I'm just scrolling down. I'm scrolling deep to see if there's any.
Come on, shit, get out the pot. Let's
fake us out. He's looking at his next pick.
I'm fine.
He's not sure about his next pick. He's taking extra time for it.
I'm cooking it.
You know what? I'm gonna fuck you up, man.
All that time for
every single person I want.
Yeah, because there's 3 guys I would have taken right there, but I like Amari. I like Amari. And listen, once again, if Dak's not playing or Dak gets hurt, even last year he's still their number 1 guy. He's still a number 1 receiver. So, but I like Amari. There was 3 guys I looked at right there. I like Mike Evans too, but Brady spreads the ball around. Mike Evans is not just their main target. So I looked at his name like, yeah, but Brady spreads that thing around. I even like Woods. He's gonna catch 90 balls this year, 95 passes this year if he's not hurt.
Yeah, Bobby Trees is a good man.
He is, man. And I believe in Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford. I do. I believe in Matt Stafford, man. This isn't Detroit. And golf, and trust me, golf's gonna find that out very fast.
Yep.
Ooh.
What's up, Kenneth? How you living down there, bro?
Oh, I'm just following the process. You know, I got my game plan mapped out, so I already know what I'm doing.
I'm just checking in with everybody. My man Zeke Spoon from the DMV, man. Me and that kid are from the same area code. Like we come from the same. Like we eat the same blue crabs in the summertime.
Yep, crabs are a big thing.
Go down to the wharf. We go down to the wharf and get the steamed spiced shrimp and the blue crab. They don't know nothing about that out here in LA, man. All they want to do is suck on crab legs in Southern California for some reason.
Nope. There's a whole process on how to go through a crab.
Absolutely. And when you try to show anybody out here, they get frustrated off of 2 crabs. Yo, I took my wife somewhere. She got frustrated off the first crab. She grabbed the waiter. She was like, yeah, can I get 2 pounds of snow legs, please? I'm like, word, you just going to quit like that?
It's a social event. People don't understand that. It's a social event.
Very, very much so. It's a social event. You put the newspaper out. You pull out the beer. You put the music on. Whatever you like, whatever your
team is now on the clock.
Let's see what everybody's been doing here the last few picks. Oh, Josh Allen that early? All right, Zeke.
I had to get that stack.
There's Woods. Somebody likes Robert Woods in the 4th round. So I went too far off A.J. Brown. I just don't believe in Tannehill. I'm not touching any of Tennessee's receivers. I don't believe in Tannehill.
All right.
He threw 33 touchdowns last year. So
yeah, I know. In the NFL, you know what happens when they get tape on you in your new system. That was his first kind of, breakout year in that system.
And
hey, listen.
No, that was the second year.
The division will make him look
good. That's the second year.
Yeah, that was the second or third year.
That was the second year there.
The division second year, but that was his first year as far as breaking out in that system.
Well, yeah,
and the division will make him look good. Just listen. Talk to me during the season. Talk to me during the season.
Yeah, I'm 100%.
I called that playoff game
to you during the season, like that.
I called that playoff game. I put money on the Ravens and to cover the spread to go in there and beat them and win that game.
That's not really like a big upset.
After the way they just went to Baltimore the previous year and beat them in Baltimore. Stop it, Eric.
They're 2 different teams.
Stop, Eric.
They're 2 different teams.
Stop, Eric. All right. Man, let me get my second back.
Yeah, it wasn't that surprising to me because
that wasn't a surprise.
The Ravens.
Well, like I said, listen, you guys know how I roll.
It was more of a surprise that the Titans beat the Ravens last year.
Where you said it, Show me where it's at, and then we can talk.
I said it in May before it happened. The Ravens built their team to beat the Titans because they were pissed that they lost to the Titans. That's basically it.
All right. Is anybody else drinking?
Oh yeah, I got the.
All right, so just a toast to everybody's family. I want to do first fantasy toast.
Man, I need some wine.
All your families, all y'all girlfriends, kids, anybody you guys love, man. Because me just losing my uncle, Mark knows about this. Because I had to lose stop and work. Yeah, my uncle died last week of cancer. This shit really fucked me up, man.
Yeah, sorry about that, man.
My pop's baby brother. So shout out to all y'all families, bro. Your kids, your girl, your brothers and sisters, man. Shout out to you guys.
Same to you, man.
Thank you. Same to you, yeah, definitely. All right, this is looking a little weird. I need to pay attention to my fucking buys.
And my uncle loved him some fucking football. Him and my dad are the guys that made me like fall in love with football. My pop used to tell me stories about Jim Brown. I had no idea who the fuck Jim Brown was. But my dad put me on to Jim Brown. Better running back, Barry Sanders or Jim Brown?
That's
Barry.
I don't know. How many years in a row did Jim Brown lead the league in everything? Like 7?
Yeah, that's 7.
Yeah, but see, so I actually have a very big opinion on that one. I think Jim Brown, while we can say he was possibly better, he was also playing against linebackers that were like 180 pounds. And he was
I agree.
He was playing in an era where he was just more talented than everybody.
But we can't. Barry Sanders was playing in an era where he wasn't. Nobody was running jukes like Barry Sanders was. Nobody could catch that man.
What I'm saying is you had dynamic, great defensive players when Barry Sanders played. When Jim Brown was playing, he was just that much more talented than everybody else. He was bigger than most of his linemen.
True, I agree with you, but I just don't feel that hold that against somebody for the era they played in. Like if we do that, we're gonna hold that's just to me.
One argument I have in sports is I tell people some athletes are a victim of the era that they played in or they competed in.
But if you put Jim Brown in the 1990s, he's still running over motherfuckers.
He's still a dominant back, but once again, when you look at his competition and you comparing it to you think it's the same as if he was running against damn Lawrence Taylor?
No, he's not gonna he won't lead the league but he'll also have way better training and way better recovery. He's not quitting in 8 years with the money he's getting paid to go to Hollywood. So the numbers that he's putting up are tremendous. We gotta remember he played like 8-9 seasons.
Of course. Guys back then didn't play that long. One, they wasn't making enough money and they was getting hurt.
Here's a stat. Barry Sanders has the most negative yards in NFL history and still is one of the best running backs. Like, I know that's the thing. The line was so poor and he was doing so much with so little. Jim Brown, his line was like a championship line back then with the Browns. Like, that's kind of how I see it. Like, he was like one of the better guys and he played lacrosse. Like, he was very much faster than everyone else. So Barry Sanders is better to me though.
All-American at Syracuse in lacrosse.
Do you guys know he's wildly considered? And I actually had a lacrosse guy on my show. He's wildly considered the greatest lacrosse player ever.
Wow.
Yeah.
They changed the zip code in Syracuse.
Show, man. These guys will follow you. They will watch you, man. Plug your show, Kenneth.
Yeah, the Break Room Breakdown Sports Podcast. I'm on YouTube. I'm on every platform, Spotify, Google, Apple. And basically, I just make sports understandable to the casual listener. So I have people from all different sports come on and actually break down their specific sport. And it's pretty fun. So like I said, lacrosse, and then pretty soon I'm going to have a guy from the Paralympics come on and talk some sport and talk some Paralympics as well too. So all different type of sports. I try to give everybody that platform, that foundation to kind of talk about what they do.
And it's great that you do that, bro, because I'll be honest with you. You could capitalize on a market because there's not a market right now for that. Sports,
and not at all.
You don't know about, and you're bringing this in because when you first started, real talk, when I was seeing that topics, I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? What the fuck is going on? Don't nobody care.
Wait, what was your channel again?
Nobody care about curling and Sheboygan.
Kenneth,
all right, guys, I'm about to do something. I got receivers back.
Look up Tiberius 519.
Put it in the chat. I'm going defense right now. I'm going to grab me a game.
Look, me and you are fighting, dude. Me and you might have to put some gloves on and get in the ring if you don't quit reading my mind, VJ.
Because like I told you guys, you can supplement like your tight end and your
stop reading my mind.
And we're playing with 3 receivers. I already got 2, and I think this dude is going to fucking wreck shop for 16 weeks because I think they'll have their playoff seed sold up and he won't play in week 17. I'm going with the best, might be the best football player in the league, man. I'm going to grab Aaron Donald right here for sack, strip.
I'm fighting you!
Yeah, I know.
Tyreek Hill, Amari Cooper, Aaron Donald.
Are you guys picking next to each other? Is he sniping you?
He's 1 behind me. I'm 2 behind him.
Do this thing called fantasy football.
Every time I'm behind him, he picks my guy.
Man. Put my mouthpiece in. Hey, Kenneth, look, I got my mouthpiece in my football and shit.
You got your shoulder pads?
Yeah, I'm wearing them. You don't see?
Let me see.
Oh, who little baby is that? Yo, is that you, Jake?
I thought that was you, VJ.
Nah. Little homie in the back room, man. Listen, have you guys seen my IG? You got Mark. Why are you out of the feed? Did you pull yourself out?
Our team is now on the clock.
Oh, who little baby? That must be. Oh, that's Jake. I'll mute that. There you go. That's why I like having all the power.
Yeah, it's weird being on this side.
I love this shit, man. Listen,
all right, we just subscribed to you, Tiberius.
I want to thank all you guys for
thank you.
In, this means a lot to me because I've been telling guys over at Fox about this shit. Like you guys are gonna be seen by the people that I mess with, man. Because I've been telling everybody, like, yo, and right now we got 3 live guys, but that's fine. People will go back. You know how it is. People go back and watch your shit. I do all my shows live, and I get way more post-show listeners do I do live listeners.
Yeah.
Because I'm up here like, Zeke, did you see my text?
No,
from last night, from like at 1:45 this morning when I text you, I'm about to go live. I said, I know his ass is asleep, but I want him to know. But I told you, I was like, yo, I'm gonna be on some late night shit tonight. You were like, okay, yeah, just let me know. I said, he has no idea.
Not that late. I didn't know that late.
Yeah, and you're back east, man. So that's like 4 a.m. But I sent that text for you to know, bro, that when I say something and I'm gonna get on air and do it, that I hold my word and I work hard, man. I'm up. And trust me, when I got on at 2 a.m., I'm like, all right, I know everybody's asleep, but fuck it, do the show. I talked 2.5 hours of Cam. Kenneth and I got to have a conversation about that later down the line. But oh, you know we do. We know we do. But but yeah, man, I did that show stupid late. But I appreciate all you guys for jumping on, man. I really do.
100%.
Listen, everybody needs to walk away,
Your
guys.
team is now on the clock.
Just don't miss your, just don't miss your shit. Just don't miss your pick. Somebody grabbed the defense. There you go. I ain't mad at it. Somebody grabbed the defense. I'm about to fuck y'all up again. Where's he at? I know nobody better not have fucking drafted him. I'm fighting somebody.
I hope it's me because I'm ready to fight you right now.
I'm fighting. No,
I got some boxing gloves.
No, that's cool. Nobody took him. Nobody. Oh, they're in there, and just
team is now on the clock.
And before I pick Kenneth, when everybody was making those receiver comments, the guy I really wanted to take, and when I was looking at Amari Cooper, was Jerry Jeudy. I believe he is going to have a huge year.
Oh yeah.
And Cortland back. Noah Fant. 2 run. Listen, I'm all in right now. I said it on my show already. I'm all in on the Denver Broncos into the division round. There's always a team, guys, that gets to the division game that's not supposed to be there. There's always one team every single year. If you just go look through the playoffs, the AFC, NFC conference championship games, those kind of, most times those play to form, the 1, the 2, the 1, the 3, the 2, the 3. But rarely do you see a 6 or a 5 get to that division game. And I think that's the Broncos. I love their defense. And I'm pulling for Teddy B because everybody's shitting on him. And the kid has never thrown. Really had a great situation to play quarterback in. I mean, come on, Carolina last year. Give me a break.
I mean, they had 2 damn good. They had one of the better wide receiver duos in the league.
No, Cortland.
Carolina had DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson.
Listen, if you want to go by numbers. Just real quick before we get back into it. I gotta go. I'm telling you, I'm being a super homer right here, but. I mean, 9 picks the year before, 10 picks.
Hey, I had him on my list.
Turnovers, baby. I'm going Xavier Howard. I'm gonna get me. So I got me Aaron Donald on D and got me the league's reigning interception king right there. Those turnovers. Work with that defense a little bit. And I might jump back to offense, but wouldn't mind grabbing me a linebacker next. Where my tackling machines at?
I got some surprise picks for you.
Okay,
let's see what you guys gonna do.
I ain't gonna lie.
Quiet over there.
I'm looking at everybody's team. I got the board up. I keep switching back and forth. I'm trying to control all this shit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pay attention to what everybody's thinking.
I see Myles Garrett. I see Dak and Wilson went back to back. So Jake's gonna go with Russell as his backup. Was that your first cue? Okay, so you're going with Russell. I mean, he's a fantasy bonanza. Russell Wilson is. May not always correlate in the wins, but he runs around so much. He's got DK and he's got Tyler Lockett, and I think he acts more like Sierra nowadays. But that's just my own little personal beef I got with him. That's what makes this shit fun, man. We create little personal beef. You guys don't have personal beefs with pro players that you just don't like?
Yeah.
I got personal beef with LeBron. Fuck LeBron. I don't try to run from it. I don't like him. And I don't want to like him. Fuck him. I'm a Kobe guy. Period. Let's debate about it.
You want me to start naming off ex-Raiders players?
Yeah.
Was that Jeremy?
Mm-hmm.
It's the first thing Jeremy said in 30 fucking minutes.
Ask him about his Antonio Brown jersey.
Oh, Jeremy, tell us about your Antonio Brown.
No, I didn't buy that motherfucker. somebody picked up the wrong motherfucking Brown.
Yeah.
Also, too, guys, make sure y'all salute Jeremy. Jeremy is former Army, so he defended for all you guys' rights.
Hey, thanks for serving, man.
Thank you.
Oh, and salute Kenneth. Kenneth used to be in the Navy.
Oh, thank you, Kenneth.
You see how I bring worlds? You see how I bring worlds together?
Hey, okay, listen, VJ.
You guys feeling this fantasy bromance that's going on right now? Accept it.
Don't take my player this time.
Eric, I respect your sports shit so much, bro. If I had to pick one guy out of this league I want to beat more than anybody, it's either you or Kenny.
Hey, don't worry, you'll beat Eric. You're gonna beat Eric. Don't. Yeah, you don't have to worry about it.
He's judging this.
He's still got like 70 L's from last season. You got to take care of.
Oh, Kenny, you be getting your ass kicked in fantasy, dog?
No, it's me, Eric. He beat me in 2 leagues last year, and that's why he's talking.
Well, yeah, he's got bragging rights. Also, too,
yeah,
guys.
So I can't say nothing.
Well, I beat him in 2 leagues plus the season record for the NFL.
Oh yeah, predictions. Yeah.
Also, too, guys, I ramp up my sports talk in football season. I'm on 3 or 4 days a week. If any of you guys want to ever come on and talk your team or talk something else 10, 15 minutes, let me know. I will plug it all in because I'm really trying to expand. And I got Fox's eyes on me right now. So I'm trying to really show them that I can bring in different people. And no matter what your opinion is, we can go at it. Kenneth and I, we don't agree on shit.
At all.
Some of our best shows together, though, are when we don't agree on shit. And when I did his show, the reaction, he was screenshotting me text messages like, yo, that VJ got big, but we don't agree on shit.
No, we
like,
don't.
You think Zeke's going to have this bounce back year? Zeke ain't having no fucking bounce back year. I'm telling y'all right now.
He's gonna rush for over 1,000 yards, and he's gonna have probably 8 to 10 touchdowns rushing.
But that's
wait. And they'll probably have 2 to 3 receiver touchdowns.
That's
He's
fine.
just
No, that's fine, but that's not.
Ashton's over at my house.
That's what James Conner should be doing.
Timeout.
This year, not Zeke in Dallas.
He's in a Mike McCarthy offense. Name a Mike McCarthy offense that features a lot of running. No.
Hey, Jake, you just gonna let him talk about your old coach like that, bro?
Mike McCarthy doesn't run. It's proven. Mike McCarthy offenses don't run the ball a lot.
I'll look up percentages in a second.
Please look it up.
Let me grab a tackling machine. Let me grab a tackling machine linebacker that's gonna pretty much what I got so far.
I swear, I'm gonna come through this.
Draft Mike McCarthy.
I'm gonna come through this damn TV and fight you.
And then on top of that, he's not the offensive coordinator. That's still
no. He's not. He's not. But he actually has. He actually does have influence in Dallas on what goes on offensively. So yeah. Kellen Moore runs the offense, but Mike McCarthy definitely has his imprint on the offense. But I agree.
And I'm in on Zeke for lots of reasons. I wrote a whole series of articles about running backs and like the entire 20+ year history of the highest scoring PPR backs and what they all have in common. And Zeke has a lot of things in common with a lot of the highest scorers. So it's like, oh, that's it.
I just got a question on that Zeke thing. Did he have a lot in common with them last year?
He did.
What do you mean?
He scored a lot of fantasy points last year.
Okay.
It's based the formula that I made was based off of last year's stats.
Okay.
And other external factors.
I don't know if you're going off projections or stats from last year. That's what I was asking.
Right. And the stats are part of the interesting part. His were good enough to still qualify to say, hey, he still looks like the kind of guy who's going to be really good again.
Gotcha.
Hold on. Mark's back. Mark, jump in on that Mike McCarthy topic right now. You're a diehard. Yeah, I know you want in on that. Jump on that.
Well, put it this way, yes. I mean, there's no running back. Here's my beautiful wife.
Is that the missus right there? Hold on. Let me. Oh my God, what's going on, Miss Lady? How you doing?
Hello.
Very nice to meet you, man. I've heard so many awesome things about you. I'm over at Bob's Furniture with Mark, so I've heard so many outstanding, awesome things about you.
Well, he better only say nice things. Or
well, listen, I got one of these on, and that's normally what we do. We just say the nice stuff, and then whatever.
Yeah.
You say the other stuff for private.
Of course, yeah, of course.
Go ahead,
no,
Mark.
but yeah. So basically, no, there's no running backs. Mike McCarthy. I mean, Amon Green was probably the best back in the day.
Batman.
But and Zeke, to chime in on the Zeke was a bust. I felt like last year just because of all the turnovers and they were behind every single game, so they couldn't be running. So
I'll tell you this: in this league, if I put it to you like this, whoever drafted him in this league, and I'll put lunch on it. In this league, he fumbled like he did last year. You might make the playoffs. Because I punished, man. He put the ball on the turf this year. You're gonna pull him off. You're gonna pull him off your starting roster some Sundays. And you would never think that you would not start Zeke, right? Even if he's your two, if he's your RB2, you would still start him. But I punt, guys. I'm telling you, guys that fumble, you guys better be clicking on some of these categories. Guys that fumble, because that's how I always look at football. Football is a very simple but the most complicated game at the same time. It's like chess. Run the ball, stop the run. No stupid penalties. Penalties will happen. No stupid penalties. And don't turn the fucking football over. You'll win a lot of football games.
So Jake, let me ask you this question because I know you're the fantasy expert here.
Sure.
Yes,
what if a running back, let's say he fumbles 3 to 5 times, but this same person gives you 10 to 15 touchdowns? Is he worth it?
That's not very many fumbles for fantasy.
Okay.
That is enough to possibly get benched by the coach, though. So you got to put some reality in it.
Your team is now on the clock.
Well, I don't know if he's going to get benched. He's actually splitting carries this year.
That's a lot of touchdowns.
Do you guys think they play Pollard more? Kenneth, you're the Cowboy fan. Zeke, jump in here. This is fantasy and sports talk. Zeke, jump in here too. I'm looking at Pollard, and not for fantasy, just as a football guy. Do you think Pollard gets more carries this year? In the consciousness of McCarthy and the offensive coordinators to say, no, we're getting Pollard more this year, getting him more carries.
Well, I'll just jump in and say this before I pass it on. Actually, this year, Pollard is going to get an uptick in carries. Actually, if you look at the way that the offense is designed, Tony Pollard is actually the better fit for the offense that Dallas runs now. They're not running give the running back 25 to 30 carries a game. They're not running that offense anymore. It's more like, okay, can you get 5 to 10 touches and break one of them for a 50-yard touchdown? So Tony Pollard's the better fit. But Zeke, it's going to be more of a two-back system than it's been in years past. So yeah, Tony Pollard's going to get more carries.
Oh, there's a homer.
Oh, of course. I have him
Who do you take?
on every
Yes,
fucking team.
That's what. See, okay.
Do you guys know I'm up to 9? This is my 19th fantasy draft.
I was debating between him and Juju, so I wish I had taken him now.
No. Let me listen. Gesicki showed up, 15 pounds lighter. I'm a dog. Like you guys are your teams. You watch everything, but you really every clip that's a Dolphin training camp or I click on it. A preseason clip. I click on it. It's my Dolphins. Trust me, guys. He's the next receiver. He's the next Kittle. He's the next Kelsey. But he has more range than those guys do. Kelsey is a 10-yard turn and find the open spot. 12 yards, turn and find. 8 yards, turn and find. Gesicki runs. He can run routes. Kelsey's not a great route runner as a tight end. He's a great possession tight end. He's the best possession tight end I've seen since Tony Gonzalez. Tony Gonzalez didn't get 40-yard, 45, 50-yard touchdowns. That's what Gesicki gets, though. And Kelsey doesn't get those either. Kelsey gets 12, 8, break a tackle, 21, get tackled. That's Kelsey. He's a beast. He's the best tight end in football. But Gesicki, and this is not a homer pick. If you watch them in school, you can see it. And he reminds me so much of the other tight end that I want. He reminds me so much of that guy. That's why I like that guy so much. And he's from a school I can't stand. That's what makes it weird.
Penn State? Are you talking about Gesicki or this other guy?
No, the other guy. But I like Gesicki a lot.
Is this guy from Stanford? Is the other guy from Stanford?
I love that. I just saw that Sycamore wants Bama. That's fucking funny. Whose fucking team is that? Is that Gerald? Hold on. Is that Jeremy?
No, Jeremy.
Who's that? Hold on. I'm trying to think who's not here. Sage is not here, but we see Sage's team. Because there's a few people that's not here. Sage is not here.
Oh, you picked him up like they just picked him up in the real life.
Look.
Oh,
Look, hey, and he ain't gonna adapt to nothing. He's back to his old defensive coordinator.
Sit. Walk. Sit.
Hey, Mark, I got to be honest, bro. I like your squad, man.
What?
I like your squad. That's
smart
drafting. That's Saran, man. That's Saran. There, because he's an 8-9 interception guy, but he strips the ball a lot. He was
number 2 in the league.
I reward for forced fumbles.
Yep, and he's a good tackler. Someone got Adams because that was my other guy that I liked. I was going to come and get him.
That's Sycamore. Wants Bama. Hey, I gotta give some props, man. I like you guys' team, man. Jake, I'm checking your squad out right now. Oh, that's nice. Your running back to receiver ratio will be very, very good. I don't know if I believe in Gibson. I've looked at Gibson's name in every draft when I'm needing running back, and I just can't pull the trigger.
Yeah, I've never seen him fall this late, so I pulled the trigger.
I never can pull the trigger on that guy.
He's gonna have an expanded role this season. They're really building around what he does.
Their quarterback is Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Hey, what's his
quarterback?
Hey, VJ, what do you know about Ryan Fitzpatrick?
All or nothing.
What would you know?
First of all, it's Ryan Fitzpatrick, number 1. Number 2, a.k.a. Juggles. If you remember an episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in season 5, where Will and Carson are taking Uncle Phil to the court and that clown intercepts them at the gas station that wants to get on TV and none of his tricks work, that's who he reminds me of. None of your shit works. Don't get me started. I've been drinking and I've been smoking. Don't get me started on Fitzpatrick, please. I don't even want to do that tonight.
I think that you're being really
best quarterback ever.
Garbage time hero.
Say that again, Jake.
I think you're being pretty mean to my favorite fantasy garbage time hero.
When you and I first met and we did that show way back in like March, when you told me that about Ryan Fitzpatrick, my initial thought was, man, I ain't never talking football to this motherfucker again.
Well, so it's a fantasy thing.
I know.
Team is now on the clock.
It's
all right.
His team sucks. He throws picks. They get behind. Then he throws a whole bunch of yards and touchdowns as a catch-up and scores you a whole bunch of fantasy points. Man, it's stupid, but it works.
I can't rock like that. I can't rock like that, man. Okay, so got me a tight end, got a D lineman, got a
about time for a kicker.
Nah, and also too, my kicker in every league I've ever done is always my last pick. You're not winning and losing the league on your kicker. You'd have to show me the proof.
Kicker's always last.
Yeah, I mean, I drafted Blake Martinez here, and you might be like, well, why would I do that? I expect the Giants to be awful and to play from behind. The other team's going to be running the ball a lot.
Oh,
so
man.
Get a whole bunch of tackles.
But the only problem with that is that you're wrong. I got 1,000 on a plus 375 that the Giants win that division. I don't trust Dallas. Washington has no quarterback, and Philly's rebuilding. The Giants would have won that division last year. That defense is really, really good. They do have a good defense. Darius Toney in the slot with Galladay and that speed in the possession hands of Sterling Shepard, even bringing Saquon back, whatever he is. Trust me, it's enough.
Let's pump the brakes on Kadarius Toney because I don't even think he's one of their top 3 receivers. I think he's probably like number 4 or 5 on their depth chart right now.
I understand, man. That's because, but see, that's part of the coaching staff, the way they treated him through preseason. But the reason why, and that's a great point, Kenneth. You make a lot of them. But the reason why I say that, if you go to the Florida tape, and I said this on the draft show, Kyle Pitts is so open in all those because the SEC defensive backs, and we all love the SEC, they're trying to have 39 fucking teams in their division now. They double team him every single Saturday. That's why Kyle Pitts is running open on film. And now we look at Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase in the NFL sidebar. Can't get off coverage. Young man, let me tell you something. You see how it's affected guys who didn't play last year, right? Penei Sewell, I've watched 3, at least first half Giant games. He's getting mauled. Penei Sewell, and I thought he was the best, and he could still be the best lineman in football as he grows. But right now, Jamar Chase, another guy. People were clamoring over Jamar Chase. Can't get off coverage and drops. Those are 2 things as a rookie NFL receiver you cannot be. You can be a bad route runner, but if you can catch and you can get off coverage, it's okay. We'll work on that. But can't get off coverage and the dropsies, Cincinnati will rule today that they didn't go O-line or trade out of that pick. And I said it on the draft. If I were them, maybe if Penei Sewell's the guy, take Penei Sewell. If he's not, trade back. Like, get some extra. You need more. You won 4 games. When your quarterback went down, they were what, 2-7 or some shit? You guys weren't good. You guys aren't a number 4 overall player away from going to the fucking playoffs. Stop it.
Well, I think
team is now on the clock.
I think Penei Sewell, first of all, he really was never really great in pass pro at Oregon. And then now you put him in the NFL and you say, okay, you're not a left tackle, you're a right tackle now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that didn't help him out either. I think Rashawn Slater is the best tackle in the draft. And I think he's going to prove that.
When you and I did this show, what did I say? This is what I love about football. It's the only sport that where you go can, as far as college is concerned, could matter what kind of NFL player you would be. We're all old enough to remember Nebraska, right, guys?
True.
Yep.
Nebraska put out some studs.
Nebraska, you were going to be a really good offensive lineman in the NFL. There was a time where Nebraska had like 11 to 15 starting offensive linemen in the NFL between like 88 and 97. Like, their offensive lineman, you're going to the pros. Because what we teach here is blocking. Iowa, Kirk Ferentz, what we teach here is blocking. Nick Saban, defensive backs. Like, there's certain coaches in certain places. No matter what happens, this is what you're going to do in the NFL, because we do that really good here. When you always
is now on the clock.
Is this me? Okay, let me draft real quick, and I'll get back to that point. You guys can
keep talking. We're talking. We need you to keep talking. You was doing good.
I think we're about to transition to Wisconsin is the place where all the great linemen come from now.
No. Listen,
and USC.
You're right.
And USC.
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing about Wisconsin is their linemen are always great. I'm just trying to figure out why their running backs aren't better in the NFL.
That's weird, isn't it? It is weird.
Or they just suck shit. So,
well, Jonathan Taylor isn't so bad. Taylor's breaking that trend.
Available right now. You know what? I just talked them up. I don't hate Daniel Jones as much as everybody else does. I think any quarterback you put with some good receivers, they paid him a lot of money. This is a gamble pick. I always do a gamble pick. This is my gamble, fantasy pick this year. I'm gonna take Galladay right here as my third receiver.
It's a big gamble.
It is, but it's a big payoff too.
Yeah.
It's a big.
It's either going to be really good or it's really going to be really shit.
Really good, or you guys will be talking shit about me by week 4, week 5.
He's hurt though. He's always hurt.
Yeah, that was his issue in Detroit. He could never stay healthy.
Yeah, but
when he's on the field.
But hopefully, and being close to sports, you see this a lot. Hopefully, the money puts the right guy in his ear to say, all right, listen, Detroit, we got out of there. But your issue was the injuries there. We're in New York. We're going to get you a better trainer. We're going to get you on a better eating plan. In football, guys, all that shit matters. What you eat, how you sleep, how much water you drink. Like, that shit matters because it's a physical contact game. In the NBA, you could get – LeBron talks about eating double quarter pounders with cheese and fries his first 3 years in the league as a pregame meal. Dude, you can't do that as a rookie in the NFL.
What are you talking about? Chad Johnson ate McDonald's.
Chad Johnson, yeah, forever.
But Chad Johnson's an outlier, first of all. Nobody else on the face.
Have you met Jamarcus Russell?
Nobody
Joe Flacco celebrated his contract at McDonald's.
Okay, so Joe Flacco's a backup. Jamarcus Russell's not in the league anymore, and Chad Johnson and Chad Johnson is a future Hall of Famer. He's an outlier. Because not a soul on this earth can eat McDonald's every single day. Have you heard? Have y'all listened to his diet on I Am Athlete? It's
That's why Jamarcus Russell ain't in the league no more.
Thank you, Kenneth, for bringing that up.
That's why Jamarcus Russell ain't in the league anymore.
Exactly, right? Jamarcus Russell didn't even watch games. He used to fall asleep in game sessions.
Hey, listen,
game tape.
Kenneth, I appreciate you bringing that up. I was waiting for you guys to kind of get through your banner back and forth. If you guys are not watching I Am Athlete, you're missing out. If you call yourself a sports fan and you really want to watch some former guys talk real shit about sports and life and marriage, like all that shit that's intertwined, I Am Athlete's the best right now. I Am Athlete is the best. And the best guy on the show might be Fred Taylor. It might be him.
I love Fred Taylor.
He's the old laid-back wisdom guy.
Yeah.
Brandon Marshall was hyped and animated, and so is Shannon. Real talk, I've watched every episode. I've seen every episode. So is Shannon Crowder. Chad is the man. I slept in a facility, man. My first 3 years. Marvin, look, okay, it sounds cool, but I don't really think you got away with sleeping in the fucking Bagel Stadium for 3 years, Chad. I get it though. Chad's a reality star, and Fred Taylor's the old monkey sitting in the corner. And when he spits his shit, it makes you go, damn, man. Like he talked about, he never thought about a contract. He just wanted to really go out and bust ass. And those two guys are like, you didn't go out a little softer for your. I looked at Brandon Marshall kind of different. Like, damn, dog, I thought you were built different. So there were years in your career where you didn't kind of give it your all. God, man, that's disappointing. That's disappointing for a Brandon Marshall fan who came to Miami at one point in his career. I was like, oh, nah, that kind of, wow, that kind of popped the air in my Brandon Marshall balloon. Like, I still think OJ McDuffie better than you, motherfucker.
If I'm not mistaken, Brandon Marshall is he a UCF alumni?
No. Yes.
UCF,
Yes. Chad went to Utah. Chad was at Utah with Steve Smith. Who is horrible as a fucking color commentator, because I heard him do the Carolina game. You know, preseason they use the local guys or former players from that team. He's worse than Talib was in the Arizona game, which I will give props to. I watched 2 preseason games that Talib has done. You could tell somebody in the offseason said, hey, man, let me show you how to do color. Like, yeah, he's much, and I do color. So I always listen for the color. Quick sidebar, guys. Why does everybody hate Joe Buck? I never got that. Why don't
Joe Buck is? I like Joe Buck.
I hate him. He's a homer.
Mark, take that. Why though? I really don't, Doug. I think he does a great as a professional. I think he does a great job. Why you guys don't like him?
Well, put it this way: his father was the best, but with him, he jumps on a team and like he's rooting for a team, and he's called a lot of Packer games. And he's like anti-Packer. which kind of pisses me off.
I remember a specific quote from him a few years ago when the Packers lost to the 49ers in the NFC Championship game. Joe Buck said, "Oh, this game, it's like the entire Packers team has lost their manhood." It's like, what the hell? Why would you say that? That's
Dude,
like
and all of them would line up to whoop his ass too.
Yeah.
Hey man, everybody, my older brother is watching from back east. My boy Dennis. Everybody say what's up to my brother, man.
What's up, Dennis?
Oh, man.
Hey, yo,
Hey, my wife even said
Eric,
she hates Joe Buck.
remember I told you my brother said that he liked you and that you were really good? That's him. That's the guy that gave you that compliment.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that compliment.
That's the guy that gave you that compliment, bro. He watched one of my shows you were on. He was like, yo, man, I like that he hate me, dude, man. He was good. Y'all was going at it, man. I fuck with him. He liked you, bro.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I do.
Let me go ahead and fill my
Yeah, get this pick out. So
no, I know, man. Hey, man, listen.
Your brother's the one in the chat here who's going off about Daniel Jones and how awful he is.
He's the one in the chat?
I'm about to fill in my flex. And you know what? I talk shit about this dude because he is lighting the ass. But when he did get on the field against NFL starters, his route, and I'm a former receiver when I was a lot later, trust me. Dennis can attest to that. His route running is just it's emotional. I'm gonna take Devontae Smith right here as my flex. Don't laugh at me, guys. Come on, man. Like, fuck y'all. Listen, his route running. I played receiver, dude. I'm emotional about route running because there's like Megatron was just bigger than everybody. Randy was just bigger and faster than everybody. There's guys that like Steve Smith, even though he sucks to the color. You guys ever sit and watch Steve Smith run routes?
He's a technician.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
And
it's amazing.
You can just go out. No, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Better than boom out. 1, 2, 3, do. 1, 2, 3, slows up. Boom, take it off. It's so much. That's why Tyreek Hill. I think he's underappreciated. I really think a guy like Tyreek Hill, because when you watch him run the route, it's like, hold up. This is an all-pro corner he just did this shit to. He runs a 5-step, a 2-half-step stutter, and then back across the middle. And the corner has no idea where he is. It's all footwork. It's not a lot of heady, jerky shit. It's such a precision. It was almost like watching AP run. When I watched Adrian Peterson run as a freshman in Oklahoma, I almost got emotional. It was like, dude, like this kid's 18 years old. He's not Ricky Williams as a senior. He's not Ahmad Green at Nebraska. You Packer fans love him. He's not that guy. He's not Tony Dorsett at Pitt. This is an 18-year-old kid who just ran for 1,800 yards in the Big 10 or Big 12. Excuse me, in the Big 12. Like it was, but the way he would use his size. I had Eric Dickerson on my show one time, and I told him, I said, "Sir, I used to just love how you used to run and just tilt your shoulders and do a little shake. Bo was just bigger, faster." Emmett had a line. Eric, you and I agree on this. Barry Sanders. Guys, just go back. A lot of times we get so consumed with what's today. I think what keeps me that classic sports talk guy is go back.
Your team is now on the clock.
If you're watching today, go put Barry highlights on, and then put on the greatest runs of the last 20 years. So Barry's been retired for 20. Put Barry tapes on, and then go Google greatest football runs in the last 18 years. None of them will touch what Barry was doing.
As a Packer fan, I will tell you, I hated playing against Barry Sanders. Hands down, the best.
Dog.
I think the whole league did.
A comparison, it's almost like watching Iverson highlights.
Ooh.
It really is. And I was so caught up, and I've said this before. Iverson's from Virginia. I'm from Virginia. I didn't appreciate Allen Iverson the way I should have because I was so caught up in the Kobe, Iverson, T-Mac, Ray Allen. Basketball now, that's why I can't. And Eric, you and I have talked a lot of hoops, and you know where I stand on it. I just hate the way it's so social medialized now. where you can't really appreciate everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's always pick a guy, pick a.
Yep.
You guys see those treads? One's got to go. Why the fuck I got to get rid of one? I liked all four. Why I got to get rid of one? You know what I'm saying? I want to stay away from that. But I put Iverson tapes on, and I just go, that guy was 5'9", 165. Are you fucking kidding me? Against Shaqs, Duncans, Ewings, you know, like he played against the trees, man. There's no centers in the NBA right now. Iverson would score 40 a night. Anybody
you wouldn't stop him
right now. Iverson would score 38 a night right now in the NBA, currently as it's constructed.
Yeah, you wouldn't stop him. Look at what IT did a couple years ago. Isaiah Thomas. Yeah, look at what he did. Yeah,
can't find a job.
Yeah, but look at what he did.
Thank you, Eric. You know, bro, that's why me and you.
We here. yeah, you right on that.
All right, so you know what? Grab a defense, V. You got a backer. You got to get a defense. Let's do something here.
Nah, you don't want no defense.
Are my Dolphins available? Oh, there's my Dolphins.
You want to go kicker?
Dolphins. There's my Dolphins. Fuck y'all.
You don't want to go Dolphins.
Yes, I do.
Nah, you're good. You don't want that. You know you got the Bills and the Patriots and the Jets in your division. Let me tell
y'all something.
You don't want to go Dolphins.
Everybody.
Just look at Jake's face. His look away tells you don't want to go Dolphins.
You want to go Dolphins.
Sacks and interception.
They're a good fantasy defense.
We are going to. I hope we make Mac Jones in week 1 regret ever wanting to play the sport of football.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look, hey, VJ, I'm glad you brought the topic up because I know we were going back and forth. We were going back and forth about
your team.
I tell you, man, Sage is missing. Listen, let me give you guys a little background on Sage. Also, too, everybody say a prayer for his family. Sage did just lose his dad.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so and Sage he's a good human. I fuck with human beings, man. I don't care if you're black, white, this and that. Sometimes that shit comes into factor because I'm black and Dominican, but I like good humans. Sage is a good human being, and I respect that kid. And he's a young kid, man, and he just wants to do. He hit me up on Twitter like, "Hey, I see your show. I want to know what's up. How do you start a podcast?" But that's how we got met. Kenneth and I, same thing. My wife's sister, called me. Was like, "Hey, I got a friend. He wants to do a podcast. I know you really heavy in this shit." I hit Kenneth up. We were rapping like that within 5 minutes on the phone. Like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. As if we was homies. And I don't even know this dude. Dave was one of them guys, man. And that's how I am. And that's why I really love my military upbringing because I can mix in any crowd. I don't care where the fuck you put me. I'm going to find somebody I can converse with. But when I met Sage, it was the same kind of thing. And a young guy, man. Sage is like in his 20s. And he's a good young kid, man. So I really do wish he was in there because I want everybody. I love to plug people. Zeke Spoon is another guy. Following guy, let me tell you something. This guy's a money dude. Like if you're trying to really use this Twitter shit or social media to make it, Kenneth, that's a guy you should really link with, bro. Like he'll show you how to monetize this shit. And you know me. When you remember you asked me, I was like, man, I'm just putting out kind of. I don't know how I met him. He'll show you how you can eventually monetize social media, bro. So I like bringing worlds together. I do. Mark, this guy, I always tell any guy I work with, I don't say, like, I don't call him, and it's not a disrespect. He's not my store manager. He's the store manager. It's not my store manager. I'm working on commission. I'm doing my thing. But this guy's knowledgeable, and I learned from him. And he's been sales companies around the country. So that's the guy. If you guys looking for any type of sales or business acumen, man, Mark's been around, man. Me and him talking. I'm like, damn, you live here, you live there, you live there, you live this. He's like me.
I've been all over.
Pockets of this country. Yeah, he's been all over, and he's made a bunch of fucking money, and he's a good dad. Everybody on here I know that are dads are good dad. Jake's a good dad. The first show Jake and I did, his son got impatient, and his son jumped in, and I didn't know because Jake looks like he's 16, so I didn't know he had like this 2-year-old, and this kid gets on the song. I'm like, yo, bro, that's your son? Like, come on, man. I love that shit. My son's in the room right now. So the people I deal with, guys, are no half-ass Johnny-come-latelys, man. I like to deal with really cool human beings. Eric's another brother, man. Eric's a dope dude. Eric and I, we're gonna smoke a lot of weed together when we link. A lot. Yeah, Mark, a lot.
Perfectly legal in California.
Perfectly legal in Vegas.
Right.
See, that was the cool corporate answer. Perfectly legal. But if we were in Indiana, he'd be like, "Yeah, buddy, I might have to call HR on Monday about
what you do at home is none of my business."
It's all
We're
good,
Texas.
okay.
We're Texas.
Let me see. Well, fuck it. Find another defensive back, V. Turnovers, pass breakups, interceptions. Who's the top interception guy right now still left? Oh, really? Wow. 9 picks last year. Jake, what do you think? 9 picks last year were results about 5 or 6 this year, right?
You would think at least. Yeah, guys are pretty consistent.
He plays for the Patriots, though, bro. I don't like drafting. I don't like drafting.
Think about a cornerback.
I don't like drafting Bills, and I don't like drafting Patriots.
Yeah, I've drafted a whole bunch of Bears and Vikings right now, and I kind of hate myself, but it's all right.
Well, let's see interception touchdowns. Oh, that's only 2. That's only 2. So
yeah, that's a rare.
Yeah, I know. I feel you.
You're looking for those defensive backs that do coverage good enough, but not super good, like Marcus Peters example.
He's not a fan, but he's not an IP. He's not an IDP guy. Marcus Peters.
No, but someone with a similar style of play, who's a better tackler.
All right, since I'm all new with you guys in this league, I'm gonna go against conventional wisdom, and I'm gonna do what I normally would. Yeah, I'm gonna do something different. It's a new group, right? So I might as well do something new. I never take a Patriot. I've never drafted Tom Brady guys on fantasy, and I'm a Michigan.
Your
guy.
team is now
I've
on the
never
clock.
drafted Tom Brady before. Never.
Somebody just took my next DB.
Mark, talk to us, man. Give us a team you're looking at this year, Mark, that you think people think are going to be good, that you don't think are going to be, that you think not shit, but something happens, you don't like what you've seen, and they're going to be worse. You and I had this discussion in the store the other day.
I don't think Tampa's going to be good. As good as they were last year.
Time out.
I'm sorry.
When you say as good as they were last year, do you mean regular season record or Super Bowl?
Regular season. I think the Falcons got a little bit better.
I will let anybody else take this because if I do, I'm going to shred Mark.
Okay.
Well, you know what?
About the Falcons?
Well, you know what? He's not making a bad. I actually like the Falcons. I think the Falcons can surprise people.
I'm talking about the Tampa. No, I'm talking about the Tampa.
Right, but you gotta look at people in the division too. But I don't think Arizona. That's my other team, Arizona. I think they're overrated.
Go ahead. Okay, see, there you go. That's my team. My team I'm looking at, and listen, I want them to do well because I like Kyler. I feel you, Kenneth. I'm gonna hand it off to Kenneth. I've watched 8 full series of the first offensive team from Arizona, 8 3-and-outs. That worries me in preseason. I don't care that it's just preseason. And this whole thing about guys not playing, you know who really won more respect from me? Tom fucking Brady and Pat Mahomes. Those guys just played last weekend and played multiple series. You got guys like DeAndre Hopkins that won't, J.J. Watt that won't. They play Joe Burrow for 3 or plays the. I mean, what are you doing, guys? But you understand why Tom Brady's still Tom Brady in year 37 of his career.
He understands the process.
It's simply because he thank you, Kenneth. He understands the process. My brother Dennis is chiming in. Let me read a bunch of these, man. He said, when Jake's kid was crying, he said, "Who kid is that?" He said, "I have a topic." Daniel, he's a big Giants fan, so he says, "I have a topic. Daniel Jones sucked." He goes, "They don't have a QB, so I'm not sure what team he's talking about."
Brady's gonna break his leg.
Oh wow, okay. Here's a good one. Anybody can take it. My brother Dennis DeWine Marshall says Mac Jones is better than Daniel Jones. Ouch.
I concur.
Yeah.
I got a question. How can we concur when we haven't seen him play a game? A real NFL game.
You
don't know till he plays week 1.
So you know what? while I agree with you, I will tell you this. I wasn't big on Mac Jones when he was drafted. VJ could probably attest to this because we did the draft show together.
Yep.
But one thing they said about Mac Jones in his scouting report was that, and even in Alabama, is that he was a very good decision maker. And when I watched him this preseason, it's almost like it's just natural to him. He doesn't try to do like the Superman superhero stuff. He just puts the ball where it needs to go. And that's exactly what New England needs right now. They need a game manager that's going to put the ball where it needs to go, put the ball in the right hands, not try to do anything extravagant and throw an interception. And that's what he's going to do. And I think he's going to be very efficient. I don't think he's going to throw for 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns or anything, but I think he's going to be very efficient.
So he's going to be a game manager.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
yes.
So I mean, wait. So
Watch
a game manager is going to be better than Daniel Jones because he has
Daniel Jones is a game manager. He's probably less than a game manager.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
He's not more than a game manager. So watch this. It's one thing if you're comparing him against a quarterback that puts up high volume stats, but Daniel Jones isn't good enough to argue against. Oh, okay, well this guy's a game manager. He's not better than Daniel Jones. That's not.
No. What I'm just saying is, you said he's going to become a game manager.
He's going to be a very
good game manager coming out in the first year, and that you automatically think people think that's better than Daniel Jones. I'm not saying Mac Jones is going to be bad, but the last Alabama quarterback that was good was.
Freaking
Go ahead, I'll wait.
Ken Stabler.
Okay, and then
Bart Starr.
My issue with that is the hype that is surrounding this guy that literally went from not really a nobody, and him replacing Brady is going. The fan hype that may ruin that kid. I don't know if he can hang up and stand up to it.
Well,
that's just me.
Well, here's the thing about Mac Jones. Honestly, there was some hype, but not as much as Tua. Like he's not Tua hyped, right? So I think people kind of knew what they were getting in Mac Jones, which is why he failed. I think it's evident as to why he failed. He went exactly where people that know football knew he was going to get drafted at. He's going to get drafted in the mid first round. So and when you watch him at Alabama, once again, it's not like he was just overly extravagant. He just did what he was supposed to do. And granted, he had a lot of great receivers around him, so his stats looked a lot better.
Great offensive line, great defense, great running back. I mean, no, he had a great team.
Okay, so watch
he had great weapons. He had 3 first-round draft picks at wide receiver in 2 years.
So I 100% agree with what you're saying. I'm just telling you, in New England, where he is right now, I think he's going to throw 25 plus touchdowns. He won't throw that many interceptions. He's going to protect the ball. He's going to be extremely efficient, and that's not an issue for me. Because Tom Brady, who's the greatest quarterback in NFL history, was a game manager his first 3 or 4 years on the National Football League.
That is the problem that's going to ruin him. The mention of Tom Brady behind his name with what
I'm saying is the pressure isn't that high because all Tom Brady came in and did was be a great game manager, and Mac Jones can be a great game manager.
But that's not Tom Brady now. Tom Brady's the winningest and the GOAT of all time.
No. But even then, we can say that now. But Tom Brady didn't become a high volume passer until Act 2 of his career.
But when you talk about Tom Brady or with most people, you're not talking about game manager. You're talking about the whole package.
But that's
when you compare him to Tom Brady, you're not comparing him to the game manager. You're comparing him to the greatest of all time.
I'll put it to you like this: me as a football guy, Mac Jones in year 1 can do what Tom can do. I'm not saying win the Super Bowl because we don't know what that team is capable of. But as far as what Tom Brady did on the field, Mac Jones can do that.
Okay.
And I could argue that he has a better arm than Tom Brady had coming in.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that one.
I agree with that. I definitely agree
Daniel
with that.
Daniel Jones, all you got to do is look at that Philadelphia game that he went and fell on his face.
He got sniped.
I think that Mac. I think he probably will throw.
I had to go kiss my son, man, because I was missing my son.
You know?
But I know that was an auto pick. That's fine. One auto pick's not gonna kill me. I was in the bedroom. I went to go kiss my son. Who they fucking give me? I want to see who they. I want to see who the fuck they leave.
You got Rodrigo Blankenship.
There's your kicker.
God,
early.
That's fine. I know, but that's an auto pick. I'll cut his ass. I'll cut his ass. All right, that's fine. I went in the room, man, because this right here, like this is love, man. Like I love this. I just went in the room and told my wife, I said, yo, you should see my stream right now. I really love that, man. I know I do comedy and I joke around a lot, but I really love bringing worlds and bringing people and listening to Kenneth and Eric go back and forth. I'm like, yeah, they need to be on the Vesn. They need to be on the Vesn network. I need these two guys going. That was great banner, man. I love that shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Eric on my show.
Yeah, you should anytime. I'm just hit each other up. Also, Mark, let them know when you're available, guys. Mark really knows sports, man. Like I said, Mark. Tell him the Ice Bowl story. Like, your granddad at the Ice Bowl?
My dad, uncle, and grandfather was at the Ice Bowl.
There you go, Jake. Jake just got a hard on from hearing that.
Yeah, and my dad always said, to keep warm, they snuck in bottles of liquor into the games.
That sounds like Wisconsin.
Yes, sir.
You know what's cool about that is that's like today you'd like get arrested for that shit.
Yeah.
And back then, dude, that was just like something. That's just like something to do. Let me see. Oh, yo, this is what I'm gonna do also too, man. My brother want to say what's up to you guys, and this is like I said. After losing my uncle, I really be thinking about my family. So my big brother was the best quarterback I ever saw in my own eyes. He played high school quarterback. He ended up going into the Army, but this cat right here, man. If you guys Eric, you and I have talked. Kendall Marshall, my nephew that played at Carolina.
Yes.
This is his dad, guys. This is my older brother raised Kendall, and we used to, be out in the driveway. We used to drill Kendall so much, man. But Kendall ended up playing at Bishop O'Connell High School, which is a WCAC school, which is basically kind of equivalent basketball-wise to the Trinity League out here in high school. And if you guys don't know about the Trinity League, that's Bosco, Centennial, Corona, Mater Dei, who just went out to Duncanville. I know you guys saw beat the living shit out of Duncanville in Texas, 45-3. Bryce Young, quarterback from Alabama, Mater Dei. JT Daniels, quarterback for Georgia, Mater Dei. Matt Barkley, Mater Dei. DJ Uyunglele. I love that I can say that without a stutter, and I watch guys.
He went to John Bosco, right? He went to Bosco.
I watch guys on TV fuck it up all the time. My good guy, y'all know Mike Hill. They used to be with ESPN. That was now with Fox Sports and now with the Black News Channel. Mike Hill is a very good friend of mine.
Oh, yeah.
When he messed it up, I texted him. I said, I sent him a voice. I said, it's actually DJ Uyunglele. He comes on the next segment with Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart and all those guys on the Fox. He goes, my boy VJ just texted me and said, it's DJ Uyunglele. So we got to make sure we get that right. Like, I called it because I called his high school games for Max Spread Sports. And for Fox Sports West, I called his high school games since he was a junior. So I had to learn. Dude, I fucked his name up like the first 4 snaps. And the producer that's listening texts me. He goes, "What the fuck did you just call him?" I said, "The fucked up ass name." Okay, I'm trying to get this shit. But then it's DJ Uyunglele. He's the quarterback now for Clemson. He played at John Bosco. So I watched these teams in the Trinity League go at it each and every year. Quick sidebar, Elijah Brown, remember the name, 6'4", 215, a junior quarterback from Mater Dei. This guy, if you think Bryce Young for Alabama's good, wait till you guys see Elijah Brown. But anyway, my brother is the guy with him and my pops really got me into football. My brother actually, he got me on my first football team by calling and lying to the coach. He told the coach that I averaged like 3 touchdowns a game. And I remember sitting on my mom's
Your team is now on the clock.
floor and him on the phone with the coach. I never played contact football before. I never played competition, just out in the backyard, out in the backfield. I got out there, man, and these other little 10 and 11-year-olds was running fast, hitting people hard as shit. I was like, what the fuck did my brother get me into, man? This is, I don't know if I like it. But it started my love for the sport of football, man. So he's gonna jump in here. I just sent him
your team is now on the clock.
I just sent him an invite, so he'll jump in and you guys just say what's up to my homie for me, man. All right.
So we answer this other guy here in the chat. Why is Kareem Hunt still on the board? Well,
you know what? And I'm looking at that, and I understand. Is it? Hold on. Who's is it? Does it say DDM?
Hickross. I don't know who that is.
Oh, who's that? Hold on, before I make my pick.
But it's
LOL. Yeah,
format. We got some IDP going on, and a linebacker is more important than Kareem Hunt.
Yeah.
So So Mr. Hold on, let me go back.
And granted, I taken 2 running backs as backups, but
so Mr. Hit Crows,
both of mine
you
might
just
be
kind of got told by Mr. Jake FF Football there why Kareem Hunt's still on the board. This IDP, baby. There's some shit you don't know about this shit. There's some new stuff we doing over here. Kareem Hunt might be a nice pick later in the rounds, but right now, you gotta make sure you got your defense, bro.
For real talk.
You gotta make sure you got your defense, bro. So I need another linebacker. Oh, I'm bullshitting. Okay.
Yeah, you bullshitting, man.
I am on that. You know,
that's because you got that kicker. That's because you got the auto pick with the kicker.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And like I said, that's fine. I'm not. Trust me. I'm not tripping. Oh, I like Trevathan right there. You know what? I'll go to Chicago's defense should be all right. I'll go with Trevathan. Linebacker, and see the good thing. The reason why I wanted to do 3-3-3, but 2-2-2 allows you to maneuver and get linebackers, DBs, and defensive linemen out of there. They're not producing for you. You only have one spot to fill. You know what I'm saying? So there's going to be more guys available for you. So that's why I do 2-2-2, guys.
Yeah, 2 is a good number. That gives everybody in the league, you know, with all the teams, that's 20 people that we're starting. If we all get one backup, that's 30 guys at pretty much the same position. And there's not that many producers. So, like, that's a good number. That gets you pretty deep into defensive players.
And this is why Vesn Sports brings on the fantasy football expert.
I concur with what he said. I'm just going to go with what he said because I have no clue.
Well, Eric, you're in the chats with us, man. You see this. You see how efficient Jake is, man. Like, trust me.
Oh, Jake is amazing. I love Jake's fantasy football.
I don't even read that. I never read fantasy shit until I met you because I'm all like, you know how it is, man. You're like, dude, I'm a man. Fuck your fantasy shit. But Jake actually puts logic behind it, and that's how I really like the draft fans. Like, I gotta put some logic behind it. I don't want to just grab a guy. Listen, I watch guys put teams together, and I'm like, that's a 5-win team. And at the end of the year, they're like 5 or 6 wins because they're going off the wrong metrics, and it's like all this info's out here. But a lot of the TV people, like on NFL Network, what's her name? Kay Young or Kay Smith? I think she's very good on. I think she's very good on Good Morning Football. But she does if you go to NFL Network on Sunday morning, she does the fantasy stuff. She's wrong. Sorry, because I watch that shit every Sunday, and I'm like, yo, that chick. It's like 2 years from now, I might have taken advice from her for 4 weeks. 4 out of 17. That's a piss poor ass percentage. Hey, Mark, can I go 4 for 17 in Bob's cards?
No.
Thank you.
Well, it's Kay Adams. You know, it always helps. She's pretty good looking. But you got that Cynthia chick on NFL Network. I think she's worse.
Yeah, she is. You're exactly right. She is worse. She is worse.
She just plays the numbers, and she's clueless.
You gotta have feeling. One thing I think, and Jake, you ask back me if you agree with me. Let me know. You gotta have. Hold on. Let me see. I sent my brother in. Let me see. My brother's in here. Oh, he's not in here.
He said he didn't get it, so send it a different way. I don't know how you get it.
Hold on. I know. I see him.
Draft Matt Judon.
Fantasy to me, a lot of it, it's just if you watch enough games. And I think we are so much right now. Also, too, like I got this NC State game.
All right.
If you a lot of fantasy football is just feel. It really is. It's feel. It's if you watch enough games, you can look at the numbers. That projected shit don't mean nothing to me. I'm like, dog, I watched the last 3 weeks. This dude ain't been giving, and they're playing the Rams or they're playing the Dolphins, or they're playing Tampa this weekend on the road. Dude, he's not gonna break out today. I'm not playing that guy. I don't care what the trend and the numbers say. Like I said, a lot of these websites and a lot of these like ESPN.com, they need to rework their shit. They really do. It's kind of like 5 years behind. That's why I love NFL.com. And Jake has turned me on to sleeper. Guys, I'm telling you, check out sleep. If the season doesn't start till next Thursday, if you guys want to just throw another random league in, or you just want to do a league and you don't know anybody, do a sleeper league, guys. It was really, really fun. And the way they score and the positions you get, it's pretty dope. Go ahead, Jake.
I don't remember exactly what I was supposed to be talking about here, but
but somebody's in the chat, Hikaros. He's talking about he's never drafted in a.
I saw that. I saw that. Well,
so maybe you touch on that, Jake, and help him out with that.
Fantasy defense is kind of weird. Like you don't want like the best cornerback in the league. You don't want him. You don't want him because nobody throws his way, and you get fantasy points for tackles and for batted down passes and interceptions. So you want like the safety that gets a whole bunch of tackles and does the double coverage and gets the pick. That's the guy that you want. Like he's the best defensive back in fantasy.
Thank you.
Even Ed Reed.
And that's why I started doing IDPs.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because it does give you an opportunity.
Your team is now on the clock.
It gives you an opportunity to really like. It's kind of some of this is an ego thing too, guys. I hear so many. You guys, everybody here knows me. I pound my chest about football. So if you pound your chest about football, this is one of my ways to really be like, okay, let's see what the fuck you really know. And the offensive fantasy football is not hard, guys. It's not. We've all been doing this shit for a decade. Mark goes back to where Mark used to have to check the newspaper to get the stats and write the shit down for the score. Real shit, bro. That's 25 years ago. That offensive shit, man, come on, bro. That's easy. Let me see you win a league with 2 defensive linemen, 2 linebackers, 2 corners. That way, let me see how you have to adjust your offense now. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go get that tight end that I've been telling y'all about. I think this is a good time.
Don't do it.
If he's still there, I know he's there. I know he's there. I know he's
a J.C. Jackson's already off the bar, boss Hikaros. J.C. Jackson's already gone.
It's Dalton Schultz, right?
It's not. You motherfuckers. Did somebody draft?
Why would it be Dalton Schultz? Get out of here.
Dalton Schultz should have made the Pro Bowl last year. He had over 600 yards and 5.
Oh,
he was really good.
I picked him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, you're talking about Fireman.
You motherfuckers.
Run out of time.
Auto pick.
Man, I'll tell you, it's cool. I'll take Tyler. Right? Who the fuck took him?
What tight end was it?
Fireman.
Jeremy with the G took him.
That's respect, Jeremy. That's respect, bro.
Your team is now on the clock.
It was between him and Gronkowski, and there's too many weapons in Tampa Bay for me.
Yeah.
You just took him. Fuck! God, that fucks my shit up a little bit. 10 touchdowns. Anybody got lunch on it?
I already got a bet with you on lunch.
I know, but I didn't think so. 10 touchdowns for him. He catches everything. He is a red zone drain. And all Big Ben's got to do is get into the red zone. Mark my words on Steelers games. Inside the 20, you'll start to hear Joe Butt. Well, they play more on CBS. So you'll start to hear Jim Nantz and Romo go, you know Freiermuth is right. They're going to circle Freiermuth like 30 times this year on the what they call the shit, the telestrator. You watch what I tell you. That guy right there, man. Damn it. And see, I plan to use him and Gesicki as my flex and my tight end to kind of win that battle most of my games. God damn it.
Hey, yo, VJ, do individual defensive players get special team points too?
Absolutely, bro.
Okay.
If they're on the field.
Eric, what's my name, Eric?
I didn't think about that till right now. I was like, oh shit, I need this.
Eric was texting me at like midnight the other night. So if a running back such and such and such and such and a defense place, I was like, yo, I'm going. And this is the main guy that's like, oh, I don't like IDP. Bro, just come play with me. Just come play with me. Come play with me.
Pause.
Come play with me. I was the popular kid on the playground, guys, at 6, okay? Like, come play with me. We do fun shit over here. We don't do that swing shit. We do the merry-go-round and spin it as fast as we can to see who the fuck flies off. That's recess.
Old school.
That explains it.
On the metal one?
Jamal Adams.
Mark, you're in my age group. You right, Mark? You got guys spinning it on the outside, grabbing it, and see who can fly the. We used to get in trouble for that shit. Today, they'd arrest you for it.
DDM, it's just a link that
you can't do the things today what we used to do 25, 30 years ago.
That's why kids are soft today. Even my kids, I tell my kids all the time, y'all fucking soft.
Mine too.
Thank you. You're fuck. Don't baby your kids, guys. You're soft.
Sometimes I punch my son. I just walk around and he's like sitting on the thing and I just punch him. And I'm like, I'm just letting you know, like I need to toughen you up. But he's 18 and he's bigger than me, so it's a lot different now.
I don't have kids. I like watching everybody else's kids because then I can give them sugar and send them back home at the end of the day.
Bastard.
He's that asshole.
You ain't shit.
Hey, I'm just happy there was no social media back in the day.
Right?
Dude, I didn't have my first pager. I didn't have my first pager until my junior year in high school, and really was the summer from junior year. I was working at Athlete's Foot. Mark, you've been in retail forever. If you guys remember, Athlete's Foot is now Finish Line, but they were blue and yellow, and they were Foot Locker's competitor back in the day. You either worked at Foot Locker if you fucked with sneakers, or you worked at Athlete's Foot. I worked at Athlete's Foot. Quick sidebar: my brother Dennis worked at Athlete's Foot. He got me the job. But back then, when I got a pager and I had a meeting and left my parents, remember you used to have to leave your parents a note where you were going and where you were on the kitchen counter. And my mom texted me, she paged me. I called her. She's like, "You got a pager?" I'm saying, "Yeah, you told me if I wanted one, I had to buy it myself." And I had a high school part-time job since I was in the 9th fucking grade. So I'm like, yeah, it was like kids today, they wouldn't know what to do with a pager.
My first pager came as a senior in high school.
I would never wait for you to call me back.
Hey, just don't call till after 9 o'clock.
I worked at Wilson's Leather, got a pager from J.J. Eepers as a senior in high school in 1999. And I knew the text language. Everybody knew how to do that. The 4E377.
Yep. 911. 69. That was from your little, your little biddies. Mm-hmm. They paid you 69, then you were supposed to go over. And
then you find the closest payphone and go pick it up if you weren't at home or someplace.
If it was before 9 o'clock, you went to the payphone.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna rename this fantasy league to the old motherfuckers. That's what's gonna be. This fantasy league is gonna be the old motherfuckers.
How about to get these kids to do the old rotis? The
exactly.
The rotary phone.
And you mess it up, and you gotta go start over again.
Do y'all remember when they came out with the first cordless phones and it wasn't even like just a cordless phone? It was that big ass base that you had to carry around and it had like an antenna on it.
Yeah.
That was my first phone. Like that phone got to go in my room. I love that phone.
Or the first cell phone you could use as a weapon too.
Sure did. Ever let me have a phone in my even in the early mid 90s, my mom never let me have a cell phone in my room because I definitely would have been talking to all the shorty and the honey dips at 1 and 2 in the morning when I was supposed to be asleep. I was that kid, man. The girls let me know they like me. I was on the phone with them. And remember when your parents could pick up another phone in the house?
That's what I was about to say. My mom was the queen of that shit. She'd pick up that shit. She knew how to do it without breathing. She'd have it all time. She'd be like, do you know how many times I got in trouble talking to boys on the phone? And I just all of a sudden hear my door open. I'm about to beat your ass for you today. I'm like, what'd I do? I was on the phone. Yeah, nah. My mom was great at that. I hated that shit.
My mom used to do that too. You remember we used to tell the girls, yo, if you hear somebody pick up, hang up.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the chicks ain't do this shit. And my mom there, hello?
Yeah, my mom was
Hi,
the
Mrs.
queen
Husky.
at picking up that phone with nobody listening.
I told you to hang the phone up. Anybody tell you to ask my mom how she doing?
Hey, your brother's asking for the link, VJ.
I got him, man. I'm sending it to him right now. He's a Sagittarius. He's so impatient. This guy calls me at 3 a.m. with sports questions. It's the funniest shit, really. There's times I look at my phone and I'm like, fuck, what? What's up, bro? What's up, V? All right, so I gotta ask you. Such and such as he's a big LeBron. Him and I used to clash a lot on LeBron. He's a big LeBron fan. We used to clash a lot on LeBron and Kobe because he didn't like Kobe. So he didn't like Kobe, and then LeBron came in the league. That made it worse. Hey, real quick, Eric. Ben Simmons told Philly, "Fuck y'all."
What's Ben Simmons gonna do? Yeah, no shit. Like that's like when your girlfriend like comes home and tells you I'm cheating on you and I'm with another guy and I'm leaving you, and while she's packing up your shit, you say, that's okay, I didn't fucking want your ass anyway. That's what Ben Simmons just did. He spent all summer listening to us talked to other people and talked to other shorties and all that, and then came back after knowing we trying to get rid of him and go, I don't want to play in Philadelphia. I'm okay.
I tell you this, and I told you this last year. I don't want to go basketball because this is all football, but just on this topic, I understand why he wants out, man. He's pretty much being blamed for the loss, and I think they need to get people in there to help him. I think Embiid needs to be a better leader and demand that they work together in the offseason, shooting and getting better. And Embiid's a shit leader. Like, I mean, he's more concerned with trying to date Rihanna than really getting Philly to where you as a fan want Philly to be.
And Embiid has nothing to do with Ben Simmons deciding not to fucking shoot the ball in the fourth quarter. Like, we can say we could say what we want to say about we blaming Ben Simmons and all that. But if this was 1980 or 1990, which all of us grew up in, he'd have got cussed out on the podium. Like, there may have been a fight in the locker room. Somebody actually might have fought him for passing up that dunk at 6'10" and giving it to, like, somebody might have choked him and hurt him really bad in the locker room in the 80s. And that, could you imagine him doing that with Patrick Ewing? No, he's soft. He's a very good player, and he's never going to be what the fans of Philly want him to be. He's never going to be a scorer. He's a defensive, amazing playmaker. They probably should have him at small forward instead of point guard, so he gets off. But he's soft. He's soft as peanut butter. He's soft as cotton candy. Like, there's rumors that Jimmy Butler left because of Ben Simmons. Like, if you pass up a wide open dunk at 6'10", what do you expect to happen?
Go ahead.
Jake, there's a fantasy question up there for you, brother. Hit that.
Yeah, I see that. Christian Barmore being the best D tackle. Well, we're playing in a league where we have defensive linemen, which counts as defensive ends and defensive tackles, linebackers, which is inside and outside linebackers, defensive backs, which is safeties and corners. So it's like some of these things are squished together. And defensive tackles, though, they're really great players and they're really awesome on the field. They don't do crap in fantasy.
And Barmore's dealing with it what?
Unless they bust through the line and get sacked.
Let me jump in right here because I'm going to take my second quarterback. I'm going to go ahead and get my backup right now. My starters are fucking super solid.
Here comes Tua.
No. Fuck you.
Jeremy, you took Khalil Mack?
Yeah.
Smart.
Smart. This question.
I'm not stupid.
Yeah.
Smart. Khalil Mack's gonna have 10 plus sacks.
Jeremy, I see you. You know what's coming next.
We're playing IDP.
I see you. Nope.
I know who you're going to get. I know who you're going to get, but that's fine.
I see you.
Go ahead and get Ruggs.
You mother may I mother. How the fuck did you take Hardman? You sneaky ass son of a gun. No, I don't even want Ruggs. I'm just gonna get Ruggs because he took my guy Hardman and he did it on purpose.
Hey, that's fine.
Take Byron Pringle. What are you doing?
This is what I love. These two guys have a rivalry from a total fucking different league, guys, but it is now seeped over into this league. Into the big vanilla Vesn league. Their rivalry is now seeped over into our league, guys.
He did that shit on purpose.
That's all right. You can have Ruggs.
Y'all let him get Karen Waller. I know you gonna go get Brian Edwards.
Jeremy, I'm mad at you. Go ahead and take Ruggs. God, that pissed me off.
I know. I gotta get both of them now.
Hey, and I got Kenyon Drake.
I don't even care about that. I gotta get Ruggs and Brian Edwards now. Shit.
Hey, Brian Edwards is a good pick now.
I was looking. I'm a Chiefs fan. Fuck the Raiders. I was looking for Hardman. Like, I'm getting them big picks.
Oh, okay. All right, guys. Listen, time out real quick. All right, my big bro, like I told you, these stories I tell you guys are really true. Him and I actually played in men's flag football when we
I missed my pick.
We won back-to-back state championships.
That's okay. I'm okay with that.
And went to New Jersey and played up there. But this guy might be the best quarterback I ever saw in my life. My brother could always throw. I always threw like a girl because I had a separated shoulder, and I always admired how he could throw a football, man. So I'll let him come in here as long as he don't say. The minute he says anything about LeBron fucking James, I'm taking him out of this. What's up, bro?
What's up, man? How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, buddy? How you doing? So, who's your favorite basketball player?
This is my older brother, Dennis. This is Kendall Marshall's dad.
Hey, who's your favorite basketball player, Dennis? Who's your favorite basketball player right now in the league?
In the league?
Right now.
The King.
Oh, okay.
Trying to get kicked off.
Get your brother.
You guys know I always got to put comedy in my shit. Man.
Talking shit about who
you know,
say.
You guys know I always got to put comedy in my shit, man. Nah, this is my guy, man. I love
that was funny.
Let's go back to how you throw the ball like a girl.
Yeah, can we hear more stories about that on live air?
You know,
I separated my shoulder.
Separated shoulder excuse.
No, it's true. I separated my shoulder in the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 11th grades. And he used to make fun of me. Dennis used to make fun of me. I don't have that motion. I don't have that arm. And I always wanted to be a quarterback in the picture. My junior year in high school, when I played quarterback in high school football, they made it an option kind of read offense. And I switched back between quarterback and receiver. So no, I throw to this day. I do not have a big arm. I throw like a girl. Fuck y'all.
Wait, hold on. Did you say count back how many years you separated your shoulder in high school? I heard 5 years that you separated your shoulder.
It kept pop to this day. If I sleep like this and my body gets too relaxed, it'll pop out while I'm asleep, dude. It's really. I never had surgery. I never had surgery. It's Mel Gibson and Lethal Weapon, but I pop it back in, motherfucker. That's the point.
Hey, VJ, you want to hear something? When I used to work at Verizon, I would let the young kids, I'd give them a shot at the title. We'd get a football, and we had a parking lot, and see who could throw the farthest. Every week they would try to get a shot at the title, and once again, old guy always beat them.
And while you guys are doing that, I'd be flirting with the rep with the big brush, trying to hook that up for later on.
Hey, V.
While you guys are throwing that rep everybody else I'd be standing next to her like, hey, so can you believe these guys? The ego, right? Throwing a football in the parking lot in there, dressed like hard bottom shoes and Verizon polos. Fucking losers. Yeah. So you going to happy hour today?
And I'm never starting him. He's sitting on my bench the whole time.
I was about to say, what's going on with him? All right, so where we at?
I'm good with that.
I need another receiver.
You lucky I auto picked. I was going to take Brian Edwards and Henry Wright.
I'm going receiver right. I'm going receiver.
Hey, you can still get Brian Edwards.
I love Michael Pittman, but I just don't know who his quarterback's going to be.
Exactly.
Carson Wentz is back today, isn't he?
And listen, I called.
I don't think so.
Games.
I could have swore he came back today.
Games when he was at Calabasas High School. When Michael Pittman was at Calabasas High School, I called 3 of his games. So I've seen this kid up close and personal, man. But I just don't know. I need a receiver. If I go Fuller, you guys are gonna call. I don't need 3 Dolphin receivers. So I'm not gonna go there. I don't have Fuller on any team. I don't believe. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Do you know Jake?
Oh, there's several things I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw him a while ago, and I was like, oh, I could grab him early. Like, no, I don't need receivers. My team's pretty stacked there already.
Jake, you and I talked about this last week. He'll be a better pro than Jamar Chase. And why? Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Yes, he
quarterback, though.
Yes, he will. He'll be a better pro. He'll be it doesn't, dude.
Yeah.
Once again,
wait, did you say quarterback doesn't matter?
Run routes. Dennis, jump in here, bro.
Yeah.
Dennis, how do I feel? Dennis, talk to me, bro. So let's give my brother floor. Dennis, you've known me all my life. Dennis, how do I feel about receivers?
How do you feel? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you with your call center headset on. But the way I feel about receivers, their hands, their route running, is Jefferson going to be better than Jamar Chase? I mean, excuse me, is Terrence Marshall going to be better than Jamar Chase in the NFL?
Terrence Marshall. I think Jamar Chase is a bit overrated.
I believe so too.
Can't get out coverage and drops the ball.
I'm not
He's got the dropsies already.
fan.
You guys know how NFL draft goes. Like, all 5 of these quarterbacks are not going to hit. All 4 of these receivers are not either Waddle, Smith, Chase, Marshall, Bateman. One of these guys. Oh, another quick sidebar. Jake, you and I were on. We talked about this. Kenneth, I know you follow me on social media. You know. And Mark, you and I talked about this. I'm out on the Ravens. I was all in on the Ravens. I'm out on the Ravens hearing about Bateman's groin or hamstring, whatever one. Hearing that he has surgery on it. As a receiver, there's 3 things I don't want. Foot problems, groin problems, hamstring problems. I can get over a calf. I can get over a quad. But those muscles that help with the breakaway and the acceleration, I'm out. And I'm out. And I wanted Baltimore. It started with JK. And I'm trying to morph myself into more of a professional and not being so biased. J.K. Dobbins is from Florida State. Who the fuck is breathing in their mic like that? Like get that off your nose, please. Did
you say J.K. Dobbins from Florida State?
He's from Ohio State.
Sorry, from Ohio State. I'm thinking about my nose. I'm thinking about my brother can attest to this. I've always had a side crush on 2 schools. Michigan's my team, but I've always had a side crush on Florida State, Charlie Ward, Peter Warwick, Warwick Dunn, Cody Tay, Peter Boulware. I could go on, and I've always had a crush on Georgia players, all the way back to Herschel Walker, Matt. That's why I like Matt Stafford the way I do. Craig Lumpkin, Noshawn Moreno,
Your team is now
AJ Green, Rashad Jones, Champ Bailey. I've always had a crush on. So that's why I said, and I'm saying Florida State. But I really did believe J.K. Dobbins was going to be the key to their team this year, to be able to run after doing 859, 860, something like that last year, 900 yards. I thought he'd be a 1,400 yard back with Gus being the backup. Lamar Jackson, I completely believe in. My brother Dennis says he can't throw. I'll throw a stat at him that says he hasn't thrown double-digit interceptions his whole career. I don't care how long it's been. He's not thrown more than 9 interceptions in his entire career. In the year he won the MVP, he threw 37, which beat out Mahomes. We all love him. Discount double check. We all love him. And the GOAT, we all love him. He threw more, 37 to, I believe, 7 interceptions. So, but I'm out on them because I heard about Bateman, and I like Hollywood Brown. I just don't know if he's that guy. I like Hollywood, but I don't know if he's that guy. I need
Hikaro's Justin Simmons has been taken, and he says ST Brown is a sleeper. What do you think about that, Jake?
Amon-Ra St. Brown. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he got the upgrade recently when they released Rashad Perriman. St. Brown was going to be the starting slot receiver, and now he's moved up to being the starting number 2 receiver. So he's going to get more targets than whatever you thought he was going to get. And he's a good-looking rookie, apparently a lot better than his brother. So there you go.
And I'm going to tell you something. The receiver – go ahead. My bad. I didn't cut you off.
No, go ahead. You're good. I'll go
ahead.
I
was going to say the receiver issue in Detroit is why I took TJ Hawkinson.
Your team is now on the clock.
I don't know if there's as much of a receiver issue as you'd think. Maybe I should take one of my guys here real soon so you know what I'm talking about.
You talking about in Detroit? Who are you going to take? Quintez Cephas?
Well, I mean, that would be a Badger fan move, but picking a slot receiver when there's a number 1 guy available seems like a bad move.
Who, me? I took a tight.
Shepard or Samuel?
All right, now I have to do it.
Yeah. Oh.
Tyrell Williams.
That's right. Do you guys remember Tyrell Williams?
Tyrell.
Do you know who his quarterback is?
Listen to me. TJ Hawkinson is their number 1 wide receiver.
Their quarterback
he
is
doesn't
still
play wide
Goff.
receiver. Don't say that.
TJ Hawkinson is their number 1 target. He's their number 1 target. He's Detroit's number 1 target. Tyrell Williams has never succeeded as a number 1 wide receiver in this league. I like him though. He's a solid possession guy.
Do you remember 2016?
We're in 2021. We're in the 2021 season.
It's been a while. I'm aware.
I like.
Hey, wasn't Tebow playing in 2016?
No, he wasn't playing. But no, it was that long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I commend you. I do like Tyrell Williams. He does have ability though, so I can't take that away from him.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I am a fan of this offensive coordinator who used to be a head coach named Anthony Lynn. He ran a very good offense. He makes running backs look really good. This number one receiver in his offense named Keenan Allen just got a lot of targets, and now he's moved that offense to Detroit. And if it's not his offense and it ends up being some sort of Dan Campbell offense who comes from the Saints, well, a lot of targets go to this number one receiver named Michael Thomas. And I'm not saying Tyrell Williams is the same level of talent as those guys or maybe as good or whatever, but if he's put in
your team is now on the clock
for one of them, then you could put up a ton of points.
If I could jump in right here, we all talked about this. Kenneth, you and I, Jake, you and I. And Jake, we did a show last week. He's being honest. He is high on Detroit this year. I know it sounds like a punchline, but I kind of feel him because I've been an advocate for Anthony Lynn not being fucking fired last season with a rookie quarterback. Give him. How is it you bring this defensive coordinator for the Rams and he gets to start with Justin Herbert? So I agree with him on that. That offense, and like golf is gonna realize this is not Los Angeles. This is not brunch outdoors in November and December. It is cold as shit and miserable in Detroit after like October 18th. Okay, this is not Los Angeles at all. He's gonna realize that. I think Dan Campbell's a lot of talk, but I believe what he's saying as far as Anthony Lynn, because he's going to run a lot off DeAndre Swift. Play action. Everything's going to run off Swift. Now, if Swift can't run the football and Penei Sewell in the offensive line can't open holes, listen, I've watched maybe, I would say, 60% of the Detroit preseason game, simply because Jake's been so high on them. But they look in mid-season form, man. They look like a bad to average football team, and I don't know what the hell you're gonna get out of them. Seriously.
Yeah, I'm not telling you a good team and wins. I'm telling you the offense will be at least average or better, and they're gonna put up fantasy points whether they're good or bad. Really, that's the idea.
Okay. Oh wow. Payne is still available from Washington at this point as a backup D lineman. I like that.
I was thinking about it.
I'll snatch that right there. Well, I mean, you gave me an A on my pick in your league, so you already know I kind of know what the fuck I'm doing. I mean, I'm just saying. Dennis, you're quiet over there, bro. I brought you in to talk shit with these guys. Let's go.
I've been waiting. Now, I got two things here. The first thing is I got to give you an F on one of your picks.
Well, the F stands for fuck you. Go ahead. Tell me what you pick.
Why would you take Galladay, whose history of being injured, and then he doesn't have a good quarterback to get him
I'll let somebody else answer that, guys. Why did I take
I'm a Giants fan, and Daniel Jones is not very good. I don't think he's one of the top. How many teams are 32? I don't think he's one of the top 25 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Ooh.
What does he do well besides run? And after a long run, he messes that up as well. So, I mean, what does he really – but seriously, what does he do well?
Well, the reason why I took Galladay, and I don't know if you were listening, I do one gamble pick every draft that I do for every team I ever do. By the way, nice look on the goatee, man. Smart move taking the beard off. Nice look on the goatee, bro. I took Galladay as a gamble pick because – listen, Dennis, I can cut him after 4 weeks. You know me. I break the season up in quarters, just like an NFL coach does. I break the season up in quarters. If he ain't giving me shit by week 4, I cut him, dog. Fantasy is really about really maneuvering and managing your team. No one ever just gets a team and you just get to set it and you only have to change during the bye weeks. You got to look on the waivers. You got to find guys that step up. You got to find guys that get hurt, or you got to move guys that get hurt. Galladay was my receiver that he's either really, really low, and Jake will back this up, or he's going to be really, really high. And if he's really low after the 4th week, dude, I'll get rid of him. I'll find somebody else. You see Jalen Waddle sitting right there on the bench. So he's a guy that I methodically have drafted to say, okay, I didn't draft him as a starter, but if one of my 3 don't perform, I know Jalen Waddle's got speed. I know Jalen Waddle's really in Miami's plans. That's a little bit of a heart pick too. Maybe a lot of bit of a heart pick.
Yeah.
Fine. Maybe a lot of bit, dude. I can admit it. Maybe a lot of bit of a heart pick. But I'll ask all you gentlemen on here that know football. Is Jalen Waddle expected to really open things up for Miami's offense and really be that burner? The answer is yes. So it's not like I'm looking at, you see, I don't have fucking Devontae Parker on my team. That's for damn sure. I don't have Albert Wilson. I have Jalen Waddle, the first round pick, who people are looking at and said, if the foot doesn't creep back up, you have Fuller on the outside, you got Albert in the slot, you have Devontae, you have all these other weapons, and Gesicki at the tight end. He's going to open up the middle of the field. That's what Waddle works. So Waddle is that guy, Dennis, that I would plug in for Galladay. But let's just get real. Galladay goes up and gets the ball, and he makes big plays and scores touchdowns when he is healthy. So it's a gamble pick, bro.
My point is he doesn't have a quarterback to throw it to him.
Well, you don't like Daniel Jones. And that's
I don't
fine.
think he's as bad. I don't think he's as bad as people make it seem like he is. He's not.
He had a really bad season.
That's how
He had a really bad season.
And listen, let's just look at objectivity here. Kenneth is a Cowboy fan saying this. So go ahead on that, Kenneth.
Well, no, I mean, if you look at his rookie season, honestly, I wasn't big on Daniel Jones when he was coming out in the draft, but then I watched his rookie season. I'm like, damn, this kid he actually has a nice deep ball. He has some he can throw some intermediate passes. He has nice touch on the ball. The only thing for him is, can he cut down the turnovers? Can they put a better offensive line in front of him? And if you look at this season, Saquon Barkley's coming back, so it's not like he's gonna have to really carry the heavy load, and he has so much wide receiver talent around him. You got Evan Ingram, you got Kyle Rudolph, you got Kadarius Toney, you got Kenny Galladay, you got Sterling Shepard, like a lot of weapons around him. So I think they're going to put him in a position where they're not going to put too much on him. All he's going to have to do is kind of just put the ball where it needs to go. And I think he'll ride Saquon. I think he can be efficient this year. I think Daniel Jones' arrows pointing over.
Once again, Washington has a good defense, but they don't have a quarterback. So the Giants can win that game 13-9, 16-13, right? That's what the NFC East is some Sundays. I grew up in that area, man. Some of them games you think, it's going to be 31-30. It's a 16-9 game. It's a 13-10 game because the defenses show up. Those games go either way. That team plays tough. And I called my brother last year. It was after they got blown out at home. They came out here to LA to play the Rams, and they should have got their asses handed to them by the Rams. And they lost that game like 16-10, like 16-9 or something. I called my brother and said, let me tell you something about that Giants team. They play hard.
They're good ball players.
Jimmys and Joes, and they may not be able to execute all the X's and O's. I said, but they play hard, bro. And that's something to be said for that's something to be said. Is Byron Jones available? I'm going to just say his name out loud.
You know who would be a good candidate to be a really hard, tough player to land on the Giants? What if Cam Newton landed there?
I actually thought about that. Yeah. I thought it would be that would actually be like intriguing, right? An intriguing matchup.
Well, the easy pick is the Cowboys, but I tweeted. Yeah. You guys might have seen the guys that follow me on Twitter. You might have seen it. I want them on Miami.
Your team is now on the clock.
I want Cam Newton.
I think Houston.
Miami.
I think Washington.
But Washington said they're out on him, which makes no sense because you got Ron Rivera. You have a top 10 defense there. I admit I was wrong on Chase. It's only been a rookie season. But like I said, when you watch football, you can just see this kid can play.
I don't think he wants to back up to Daniel Jones. I don't think he wants to be a backup. I think he wants to be a starter.
Well, that's why he got that. That's why New England released him. He didn't want to be. He didn't want to back up Mac Jones. Yeah.
So he's not going behind Tua or Daniel Jones. Like he's got to be able to compete for the starting job.
And
Rich Eisen said on NFL Network that he believes, and I like Rich Eisen a whole lot. I watch his show, listen to his show a lot.
What happened to him?
He believed Cam asked for his release.
I believe that too. Yeah, I believe that too.
Yeah. Because he didn't want to back up Mac Jones. He doesn't want to play backup. He said it on I Am Athlete. There's not 32 other quarterbacks better than me.
True.
And you know
he literally said,
I Am Athlete again.
That was going to be my next point because I went through the teams. I personally came up with 9 starting quarterbacks that I think he's better than.
Go ahead, Dennis. Let it out.
Yeah, please. I need to hear this.
These are my all right. These are my 9: Teddy Bridgewater, Kirk Cousins, Jalen Hurts, Fitzpatrick, James Winston, Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, Tyrod Taylor, and Andy Dalton.
Damn. Well, Andy doesn't count because they have Justin Fields. I'll let anybody take that with my brother. Go ahead.
I disagree with Kirk Cousins.
I disagree on that one too.
Really good. Yeah.
Kirk Cousins is really good in the regular season in certain games. Kirk Cousins never wins a big game.
So I agree, but Kirk Cousins is also one of the best deep ball throwers in the National Football League.
Cousins also puts together good seasons completely and has very, very good stats. I'm not 100% sold on Teddy Bridgewater. I just think Teddy Bridgewater hasn't had the opportunity. When he played in Minnesota, he was good. When he played with the Saints, he was good, and then he went to the Panthers last year. Like Teddy Bridgewater is
pretty average.
So I would say Cam Newton is a little below average.
If he can't throw the ball, he's not great deep throw. He's not great accuracy. He is a great runner, Cam Newton, but Cam Newton is a below average passer. And if he can't run,
his strength is gone, I think, compared to maybe 5 years ago when his MVP year. He's that shoulder injury, I think, really hurt him.
And here's something else you guys have to look at. It's not just like what ability Cam brings. It's like, how is he going to fit in your locker room?
Mm-hmm.
So you can say whatever you want to say about Teddy Bridgewater. If Teddy Bridgewater has to be a backup, he's going to be a damn good backup.
Yep.
And he's going to be a really good understudy. He's going to be supportive in the locker room. Do you think that really, when looking at Cam Newton the past couple of years, do you think Cam Newton's going to be like an efficient backup quarterback for you? Like, is he going to be good for the locker room culture? I don't think so. I think that's why as talented as Cam Newton is, New England was like the only team that was knocking on his door when he was a free agent. Because everybody was like, they didn't see him as a backup.
It's coming out to the last pick because we're not done with the draft's over, guys. Whoever wants to stay on, let's stay on and talk sports, man. Talk some shit. Everybody out here on the West Coast anyway. It's still kind of early. My last pick, guys, is always a Wolverine. It's always a Michigan Wolverine, and it's always the same guy. My guy this year is Nico Collins. I think he works really well. And I think, listen.
You're on defensive backs. You got to
defensive backs.
Somebody take him?
I don't think.
No, you got to click on receiver.
You're right.
Defensive backs.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I was about to say, what the fuck? But he didn't have a quarterback at Michigan. This guy, 6'4", 220, 225.
We don't have a quarterback in Houston.
I get, but and just so you guys know, because I'm from VA, he's from VA. It's not Tyrod Taylor. It's Tyrod.
That's right.
I don't care if it's Tyrod, Terry Rod. He's not. They don't matter. They're not a good quarterback.
So I gotta take a Wolverine right there. I always gotta make sure I get my Wolverine in.
Hey VJ, you should get the real UM, as in Miami.
Yeah, listen, no, get the fuck. I told you, don't stop talking to me about that cheating ass university, bro.
The university.
Oh, nobody else has ever cheated. Please, you think Alabama don't pay their players? Please.
Listen, and I'm gonna tell you guys some real shit right now. I hate using scores because it makes you sound like a douche.
I'll be right back.
I know somebody in the SEC that covers the SEC who's been telling me for the last 3 to 4 years. He won't tell me the university, but he said there is a school who is running their shit like a pro operation right now, and they have been for the last 8 or 9 years. It only points to one school.
Your team is now on
You're
the
right.
clock.
Everybody does it, but I mean,
they just don't get caught.
I believe this guy. Now, one mistake I will make because, and one thing I want to do, guys, when the draft's over, I would like everybody to pick a team other than their own.
Best of luck. Let's see.
And judge their. So everybody pull their board up. I would like everybody to pick a team other than their own to either shit on or give some props to. I fucked up because I only got one tight end because Vermuth was not available, and I'll be honest, I didn't have a backup plan. I thought I would get Gesicki, and I thought I would get Vermuth like I did in Jake's sleeper league, and I would be set at tight. So tight end is going to be a struggle for me as long as Gesicki's fine, cool, but if he gets hurt or just something happens with Miami's offense, I'm fucked at that position. Hopefully I can cover it. So Dennis, stick on with this. Jake, we'll start with you because you had the number 1 overall pick. Dalvin Cook gets it. You go running back to back. You follow it up with 2 strong receivers, a 3rd receiver, a 4th receiver, a quarterback, and you grab my guy Noah Fant, you sack of shit. And you know how much I love Noah Fant, but pick somebody else's team. You're the expert here. A team you would look at and go, if no major injuries happen, that guy's in the championship game, or what the fuck were you doing?
Well, you want me to look at it right now. I can't see that much of it, so let's see.
As quick as you can, just for shit talking purposes. I know you're the professional and you take like a week to break this shit down before you put your grades out.
I'd like to think about it for a while. Yeah, it takes some time.
So we'll move on. We'll move on to Graham Reapers. Actually, I love that name.
Well, I mean, I had a pick already, but you can skip me, I guess.
Oh no, my bad. My apologies. Go ahead.
Well, so you're right. I don't really like to be negative and be Mr. Crappy. And if I'm gonna write about this league, I'll probably follow it through the season, talk about how my team is, and write an article about who I'm up against, and tag you on Twitter and try and make you talk to me. We'll see what happens. But this is Mark in the 10 spot, right?
8.
Yeah, Cheesehead. That's Cheeseheads.
Yeah, I'm in the 8 spot.
No,
I'm in 10.
That's
I'm in
just Win, baby. I don't know who that is.
10th. Okay.
That's me.
Yeah, Jeremy. Yeah, I like that. So Taylor Waller, that's a good start. I mean, people are crapping on Jonathan Taylor for no good reason, and he's falling that far. That's ridiculous. And Waller is just as good as Kelsey. He just costs a little less. And if you don't get him there, you won't get him. So you had to get him there, and that's the smart move. That's the smart fantasy move. Terry McLaurin, who doesn't love Terry McLaurin?
Draft him every season.
I mean, I can keep going if you want to scroll down here, but I mean, just based off the first few.
Ryan shit Patrick's is his quarterback, bro.
That doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
This scoring is about good games, not about good seasons. And Fitzpatrick occasionally throws 4 touchdowns and, has a perfect passer rating. And then the next game he'll throw 4 picks. But, hey, if you start him the right weeks and you know what you're doing, it works out great.
All right. Now, you like Myles Gaskins. I like him.
I do.
Oh, Homer. But I watched them at UW. I watched them at Washington. If Miami last year, he was contacted at 1.8 yards per average. That was first in the league, guys. That means he couldn't even get 2 yards without being hit. But he eluded or broke tackles on 38% of his runs. That finished for 8th in the league last year. So imagine if he gets 2 to 3 yards without being touched, then shake and bake, make a guy miss. It could be a big year for him in Miami. Jake, you and I both love Gaskins.
Oh yeah, Gaskin is somewhat underrated. I mean, people have been trying to crap on him and say bad things about him. Say, oh, they drafted Jared Dokes. Well, where's Jared Dokes now?
Yep,
he's on the practice squad.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't even make the main team. Kid out of Cincinnati, who was a prior Alabama commit. He was a prior Alabama commit. Ended up in Cincinnati.
Yeah, Deontay Johnson, target hog. I mean, volume is king in fantasy football. It doesn't matter if you're bad. If you get the ball a lot, you score fantasy points. I mean, Darrell Henderson, underrated.
I don't like that pick. I don't like the Henderson. He can't stay healthy. His thumb's already hurt.
I agree. He can't stay healthy, but while he's healthy, he's good. And that being your, is this your second? No, it's his third back. So optional starter.
I love that Kwity Paye. I love that Kwity Paye play.
Yeah, Kwity Paye in Ngakoue. That's good back-to-back. I mean, I did a lot of back-to-back defensive picks. It just felt right, get the guys that you think are top at the position that are going to be consistent tacklers and get the occasional sack. I mean, that's a big deal.
KJ Wright as listed here as a free agent. Somebody help me out here. Is KJ Wright not on
the Raiders? The Raiders just signed him.
Oh, okay. You know what? Is that why they try to actually did the Raiders try to make a move for Khalil Mack? Is that a true story, Jeremy? That they tried to call?
They made a phone call.
Okay.
They didn't make an offer. They made a call to see if they were willing.
Okay. I know you're connected. I know you're not fake connected. Like you're connected with the squad out there. So I heard it. I'm like, well.
And the KJ Wright signing, I don't know if you guys watched Mike Mayock's press conference yesterday, but he left because he got a phone call.
Oh.
Well, that phone call was the KJ Wright.
But I'm, in continuing here, T. Higgins, Khalil Mack, Laviska Shenault. I mean, I like all these guys. I mean,
yeah, me too. Me too.
I mean, that's basically it. Derek Carr, another extremely underrated, scored really well in this type of scoring if you know what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, I could go on about like, hey, I like this.
And Ndamukong Suh is a guy I look at. You could plug late in the year because you saw it this past year with the Bucks, right? Late in the year.
Yep.
And see, that's what I think people think JJ Watt's gonna be. And I noticed, and I'm not sure, did anybody draft JJ Watt? Is JJ Watt not drafted? I don't see him.
I didn't get him. I think he was still there.
I know.
Okay, yeah. See, so that shows you right there. But anyway, back to Ndamukong Suh. I thought Ndamukong Suh. These are guys I call November free agents, December free agents. They're not for September. They're not for October. They're for November and December. When you need a veteran to know that lineman, because he's been in the league for so many years, he sees the foot placement, he sees the hand placement, he knows what go-to swim move or club move he's going to, and he makes that play in December that saves or changes that game, that puts you from the 4th seed to the 2 seed. That's how small and minute some of this shit is, guys. That's why I love football the way that Ndamukong Suh is that guy. I think Arizona fans are hoping JJ's that guy. I just don't believe that he is. Go ahead and finish this team up for me, Jake, please, sir.
I'm starting to lose. It's getting kind of blurry for me. I don't know what's happening here, but there's that Pat Freiermuth guy.
Oh yeah, God, yeah. You know what? And listen, and if you guys watched their last preseason game, both times into the red zone, Big Ben looked for Freiermuth. Freiermuth caught it both times for 2. And I know him from his college career, but right then I go, that's a fantasy guy, right? People don't see it. They don't see it coming, but that's a 10 touchdown. And then as he gets more comfortable with the offense, he will be a guy you'll see on Sundays. Damn, Freiermuth had 6 catches for 94 and 2 touches today? Yes, because Ben's in trouble. The plays breaking down. Ben dumps to Freiermuth. Might get tackled on a few plays, but there's that 1 or 2 plays where a defensive back who's young, doesn't lift his head, doesn't see what he's hit, comes in for the Sports Center highlight hit. Freiermuth throws his little ass to the side, 15 yards. There's another 21 yards onto his total. Those type of tight ends are just super important in fantasy. So let's jump to my man King Tiberius. Yo, do you remember the show that we Tiberius? Do you remember the show we did with Alex? With Alex Thomas? You remember the show? And for those guys that don't know, Alex Thomas, I do stand-up comedy 22
It's fucking hilarious.
Alex, thank you. Alex Thomas
fucking
is
hilarious.
my guy, man. He's a friend of mine. And him and I did a sports talk show together. And Kenneth jumped in on it. And he made so many jokes about. He was like, "Hold on, your name is Tiberius, nigga." Like it was just so. Oh man, it was just a great ass fucking show. He asked about you too, man. He's like, "Yo, how's Tiberius doing?" I'm like, "Yo," but that's part of the comedy world, man. But you're deep in football, man. You love this shit. Pick a team, brother. Who you like? Pick one you like, or pick one you like to pick shit apart, man. So pick one you want to pick apart.
Well, I'll tell you this. I ain't gonna say I'm gonna pick your whole team apart, but I'll look at you and I'm looking at your wide receivers. And I mean, obviously you got Tyreek Hill, but I was surprised you picked Amari Cooper because, as a Cowboys fan, I'm a firm believer that CeeDee Lamb is going to become the number 1 guy in Dallas this year. Yes, he is. Yes, 100% he is. He's special on a different level that Amari Cooper is just not. Amari Cooper is probably reaching ceiling as a player. Another story for another day. But then you look outside of those two, you got Jalen Waddle and Kenny Galladay. Kenny Galladay is obviously an injury concern. And did you get you drafted Devontae Smith from Philly, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So I think your wide receivers are a little bit questionable. Obviously you got Aaron Jones at running back. He's a pretty well-rounded back, but then you got Gus Edwards I think I'm still questioning whether he's going to take the next step. I like him.
Me too, but at that point, honestly, at that point, he was the best running back I thought was on the board. I still question. Mark and I talked about that in the story the other day, and Mark said, well, they still got Gus Edwards, VJ. I'm like, but I used kind of that conversation. You know what? I went back, I watched some film, I looked at his stats and his numbers. I said, you know what?
The talent is there.
The talent's there. And listen, this is why I was all in on Baltimore. Harbaugh has like every 1 or 4 years, right, guys? Every like 4 or 5 years, Harbaugh just kind of has that special team. And this is Lamar's 5th year now. Now it should kind of come together. I still think the injuries are a concern, but you can't tell me with Bateman and Dobbins, that's not a 14-win team. I mean, in that division, you're sweeping Pittsburgh. You're sweeping the Bengals.
You think they're sweeping Pittsburgh? I don't think they're going to sweep Pittsburgh.
Who?
You talking about Baltimore? I don't think they're going to sweep Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh will beat them at least one time.
They're sweeping Pittsburgh. We'll put a 2-liter ginger ale on it.
That veteran talent is going to win them at least one game, guaranteed.
Big Ben's arm will be dead by Halloween.
They're not worried about Big Ben's arm. They drafted a running back from Alabama for that.
But VJ, yet you wanted the tight end. But yet you wanted Ben's tight end. But now his arm's going to be dead by Halloween.
You don't need a big arm in the red zone. That was a good comeback. That was a good comeback. Okay. All right. Mark, talk to me, buddy. Who you looking at here, man?
Hey, real quick, Vernon.
What's up, bro?
Before y'all get started, I got to be in the gym in 5 hours, so I got to go.
I don't give a fuck.
But
I got to go too, VJ. I got work tomorrow.
I got to go too, fellas.
I do think that
I got 20 minutes.
I found out who's going to sign Cam Newton.
Oh, if you say Bishop Sycamore, you're late. If you say Bishop Sycamore, you're late.
Am I late on that?
Got like 36 hours too fucking late.
Oh, really?
Like as soon as he got released, the first meme I saw was Bishop Sycamore.
The first meme was Bishop Sycamore yesterday.
I did not.
Yesterday morning. It's all good. You're busy. Listen, my brother, guys, not just Kendall, because Kendall's the easy low-hanging fruit. My brother has put 10s and 20s of kids by his basketball training into college. He has a young lady that's going to University of Maryland. He's put kids in Division I schools all over. His 3 children, my nephew Kendall, my niece Kyra, aka Scootball, and my niece Kayla. Kendall went to Carolina to play basketball. He got Kayla into school on a lacrosse scholarship in Louisville, and Kyra went to South Carolina State on a full ride for volleyball. So my brother, he loves kids, man. He really does well with children. He trains, and that's his side hustle. He trains, and also quick sidebar. Somebody Hickrow says get Julio Jones. There's another guy I just don't believe in. I think he's one of those guys that are older. He's got a chip on his shoulder, but ankle and feet, man. Nobody picked up Julio Jones. But go ahead, bro. We love you. Appreciate you bringing it. Anybody needs to jump off, man, just say bye. And when everybody's gone, is when I'll end the stream.
All right, night, guys.
Hey, Dennis.
Yo.
Fuck LeBron.
All hail the king.
Come here.
All hell.
Where's the cat?
King needs nuts.
All
right, so back to some of these teams here. I know my boy. I know Zeke. Zeke is back east, so it's like 2 a.m. What would it? Oh yeah, it's 1:15 a.m. for him. So I know he had. I know he hate me is there.
It's 12:15 for me, so I'm kind of iffy. 1 a.m. as far as I can push it.
I'm hungry. Listen, I'm hungry anyway. I want to eat and I want to drink and smoke right now. And I'm glad I had this game on. The NC State and South Florida game is 31-0. So I'm not going to finish this one. I'm just going to roll into the next game. So listen, I appreciate you guys, man. Eric, I appreciate you guys. This is fun. This is fun, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I told you guys, man, I love this. When I did it with Jake, when I did it with Jake, I was like, God, man, I gotta do this. This is just fun. Next time, we need to somehow, I don't know how to get happen, but maybe when the league blows up and I make it enough, I can fly everybody in. We need to meet in one city and one man cave with food, drink, smoke. our families, our kids and wives in the background. I have this vision of the dopest fantasy live stream draft of all. Like, think about that. Your wife, your kids coming around. You got your 8-year-old. Hey, who should I take right here, man? Yeah, we don't like this guy. Like, it's just, I'm about bringing worlds together, man. I really am. So that's, down the line, and I hope all you guys are part of it at that point, man. So
I don't think Julio's still out there.
Somebody had to have drafted him.
Somebody. Sage got him. Somebody got him. Sage got him.
Oh, but that's on auto draft, so that doesn't count.
He might have not been auto draft. Sage.
You know what though? His team's not bad. Pittman,
he put in the chat when he was auto draft though. He put twice in the chat when he was auto draft. So yeah, that might have been his pick.
His team's not bad. Pittman. There's some questions. I'm gonna go through and make some changes. There's some guys I might look at. Like, I'll keep Collins. I'm keeping Byron. I'm keeping Payne. Clark, I might sub in and out. I might cut and go try to find me another guy. I'm keeping Marshall. I'm keeping Tua. I'm keeping Ronald. I'm keeping Boyd. Keeping Trevathan. Blankenship is definitely done. And then everybody from there up, I'm keeping. So I'm fine with I'm really fine with my team. Galladay was my roll the dice pick. But I mean, come on, man. Quarterback, running backs, receivers, guys, I'm stacking. Aaron Donald. Agba.
Dude, seriously, I was literally getting fucking tired of you grabbing my people.
Yeah, well,
I was so getting fucking tired.
Hey, listen, I'm drafting in the middle. It's not easy to draft.
Well,
I know.
What it means is you're in a league with good people. Obviously.
Yeah, I know that.
If people are picking your guys.
Jake, I like your team. I'm not gonna lie. Cook, Gibson, like I said, I want to click on this name so many drafts, and I can't pull the trigger. But Allen Robinson, Tyler Russell, there's your quarterback receiver combo.
Yep.
Noah Fant. We both have talked about how I feel about Noah Fant. Brady, you son of a bitch. Like, your two quarterbacks. Look,
I doubled down.
I'm leaning on Mahomes. If Mahomes falters, I probably won't win this league. If Mahomes gets hurt, I won't win this league because if we don't know we're going to get at Tua, right? If you can swap in and out from Sunday to Sunday, and you should be pretty okay. Smart pick. Both on the defensive line. I loved it. Fletcher Cox, Michael Thomas. That's a smart pick because you're thinking down the line.
Right, because my other four receivers were so good. I'm like, I'm going to start these guys every game. I'm like never going to take these guys out. Yeah. Like, oh, Michael Thomas. Then later in the season, I'll have hard choices to make, but it'll be easier because the season will have actually progressed, and I'll know how good teams are, how good defenses are, And that thing you said about week 4, that's smart thinking. That's usually when I start really checking. Like, after about 4 weeks, you can really start to gauge, like, how good are these teams? How bad are these teams? Like, week 1 is weird and wild, and everybody overreacts and throws out their good players and picks up people who suck. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? Just relax. Let your players play. It's only been 1 week.
Yeah.
Last year, the Jaguars beat the Colts, and they looked like a pretty good team after week 1. And they finished the season 1-15.
But a lot of people jumped on James Robinson bandwagon after week 1. And
I jumped on James Robinson's bandwagon before this even started.
But that was one player, guys, that paid.
But that's what I'm saying. So, after week 1, he was a huge trend, and it turned out being really, really good.
Well, see, here's the thing. That's what I wrote about in that skills article. I don't know if you guys read that. But part of it is, how people are like, oh, well, you just got lucky. Oh, well, you just made a lucky pick. And it's like, well, sure, sort of, yeah. But, like, I had a thought process, a reason, and, like, a path that led me to making that pick. It was like, hey, look at Jay Gruden. Look at his offenses. Look at the way he tries to make it. And the way, like, his late draft pick, undrafted running backs look really good. It doesn't even matter. It's like, okay. Oh, James Robinson's the starter now? Done.
Yeah. I mean,
undrafted. I knew you knew what you were doing.
Undrafted rookie that ran for 1,000 yards last year. I'm not sure if he can. I'm honestly not sure if he can duplicate that.
Well, this year is way different.
Yeah,
well, Travis Etienne going down for the year. It may put the ball
helps
in
him,
but
even different offense.
It's
coaching staff. Different quarterback. Everything's different.
Everything.
No, no. You guys are completely right. It is because Urban Meyer's bringing in something completely different. Eric, before you go to roll, man, pick a squad, bro, and either big it up or talk some shit about it, man. Pick a squad. I tell you honestly, I like both your teams. Eric, I like your team, man. I really do.
I'm gonna talk shit about Jeremy, and I know he's not on here, but fuck him. I'm gonna talk shit about his ass because I heard you saying his team was good. Okay,
I kind of felt that one coming.
So this is fucking coming, and
gotta talk shit about my rivals team.
Real talk, right now. Okay, this is my issue. I think one, he's got too many fucking Raiders. That's the problem. He's got way too many fucking Raiders. That's one issue. Now, I think Derek Carr is a very, very good quarterback for fantasy at certain points in time. He puts up good yards. He throws up good touchdowns, not a lot of interceptions, but he is also injury prone as of now and tends to miss some games. So that's the one thing. And I like the Darren Waller connection. I'm just not sure they're duplicating that again this year. Like, that's my thing. Like watching enough of their games, living in Vegas.
Yeah,
I don't think they duplicate that. John Gruden wants to run the ball. That's why he got Kenyon Drake. That's why he got Jacobs. And they're trying to open up the passing game with Edwards, Ruggs, and then they had John Brown, which wanted to be released.
So the way that I see it with the Raiders, their offense is based on the game script. So if they're playing with a lead, they run the ball a lot. If they're playing from behind, they throw the ball a lot.
Yes,
that's why Derek Carr is all up and down and consistent. It's like, well, when he doesn't need to throw, they don't throw. Baker Mayfield's the same way. You know, people are like, oh, Baker Mayfield sucks. He's so up and down. It's like, well, he's down because they don't need to throw, so he doesn't throw. He doesn't score points.
Hey, Jake, take this question real quick, man. I'm not sure this guy is still. I don't even know who this is. It's just a fan watching. Jerk Chaville. I'm hoping I'm saying that right. I don't have this answer. Who do you think is the same value running back wise as a Brandon Cooks? That's actually a good ass question.
It is, and it's kind of a tough question. So I'm one of those people that's higher on Brandon Cooks than other people are, because he's usually a top 15 or so fantasy receiver, even in bad situations like he is right now, which basically means he'll still get peppered with targets probably. But a running back that's about the same value, it'd be. So I see Brandon Cooks as being able to get over 200 points, so 200, 210 to 250. That's quite a range. So basically, he's either going to be like a low-end wide receiver 2 or a high-end wide receiver 2. And there's a handful of running backs in that range. Kareem Hunt is one of them. He could get into around 200 points. Nyheim Hines, J.D. McKissick is about equally as valuable, and nobody cares about him, but they put up fantasy points. I mean, those are the main ones I can think of right now.
I just wanted to give you some love, man. Like some people have these questions, I'd much rather pass them on to you because I mean, shit. I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't know how to. I wouldn't even know how to.
I just went through my numbers again. So at other similar backs, Raheem Mostert, Ronald Jones. I still have J.K. Dobbins in my list. Better take that out.
I had to go through this. Like I said, this is my 19th draft. I actually had to go back to 3 ESPN League teams and take him out. I drafted him on 3 teams because I just thought big days for him. Eric, talk to me about the Chargers. I want to attack your heart here because you're a Chiefs fan. So I want to hear your objectivity or your fanhood. I like the Chargers. Like I said, I hate that Anthony Lynn got fired. Bosa's back. Derwin James is back. Herbert's back for a second year. I'm enamored with him. I love his arm and his moxie, just the way he plays the position. And I don't know about the Raiders, and I'm all in on the Broncos. I think everybody's writing and kind of pinning in the NFC West is going to be the toughest division in football. I'm like, yeah, it's going to be a Western division, but it might be the AFC West that be the toughest division in football. So, take the Chiefs half off. Be objective and talk about your conference.
The Raiders are the second best team in that division.
Say it again.
The Raiders are the second best team in that division.
Okay.
So people forget last year the Raiders were like 6-2 before they decided to take a fucking nosedive off the planet. In that division, the Chargers are good. I'm just not sold on Justin Herbert in the second year. I'm not saying he's not going to be good, but there's a lot of the rumors with the sophomore slump. Daniel Jones basically ran into that sophomore slump from what he was the year before. There's more film on him, more tape on him. He's not coming up. He's not sneaking up on anybody. Defense are way more prepared for him. And I'm not 100% positive how well he's going to work with the new head coach. I completely agree that Anthony Lynn shouldn't have been fired. And I think that Anthony Lynn's game plan and his design and his developing helped Justin Herbert a lot. I'm not so sure when you take young rookie quarterbacks and immediately change the system that they're in, that is immediately a good thing and that works the next year for the same very similar results. So I think the Chargers are actually going to struggle a little bit of offense because of that. The Raiders can put up points. Their biggest issue was their defense last year. I'm not 100% sold on the Raiders defense, but they don't have to be very good because they can score in bunches very, very quickly. The first game that they played us against the season, they literally were in a shootout against us. They play us extremely well. The problem that they have is the second half of the season, they fucking tank and nosedive. So I don't know if that's the defense starts figuring out the offense or if Derek Carr starts getting hurt. But I think the Raiders are the second best team in that division. I think they definitely make the playoffs. I'm not sold on the Broncos. I think their defense is very, very good. But in this day and age, you have to be able to score points. I'm not so sure that Teddy Bridgewater or Drew Lock is going to be able to lead either whoever plays that offense to be able to put up a lot of points.
I disagree. As you already know, I'm all in on Denver. I'm all in on Denver, man. Teddy doesn't turn the ball over. He takes care of the ball. He's going to be able to hand the ball to Melvin Gordon II and Javonte Williams from North Carolina, Noah Fant, Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, Von Miller, Chubb, Patrick Surtain II. Like, it's. I think that division is the best division in football. I could change my mind by next Thursday, but as I'm sitting here full of weed and vodka, I'm looking at them as the best. That being the best. Packers run away with the NFC North. The Ravens in Cleveland battle it out in the AFC North. The Dolphins and the Bills battle it out in the AFC East. The Bucks run away with the NFC South. AFC South goes to Tennessee. Tennessee's going to win the AFC South just because Carson Wentz just isn't. Now, if Carson Wentz is Carson Wentz, the Colts win that division. The Texans are bad. The Saints are bad. The Jags are bad. Detroit's bad. The bum-ass Jets are bad. Washington football team's bad. I don't think those teams are good this year. I really love – I don't know why. Maybe it's a little West Coast getting in my blood, man, me being so East Coast. I really love the AFC West. I really do. If the Raiders – like, I agree with you. Second best team. If they can put a defense on the field. If they can put a defense on the field.
You got to be able to score in the AFC West.
Yes.
Denver's had that defense for a while. The Raiders blew them out in the first game they played them last year. Granted, they did not have their quarterbacks in that. You have to be able to score because you can outscore the Chiefs. So they have, and that's my biggest issue. Even if that division is tough, Denver can't score a lot. And I'm not sure I'm sold on their coaching staff. I'm not 100% sure I'm sold on what's his name, Big Van. I can't pronounce his last name. I can't think of it right now. But the Denver Broncos coaching staff, Vic
Fangio.
So I'm not like, I like their defense, but their offense can't put up enough points to compete in that division. You have to score in that division. And that's my only problem with Denver. That's my biggest issue with Denver. Even with Teddy Bridgewater, he's very good, but he's not lighting the world on fire. And and that defense is good enough to give in a not so top heavy offensive division. That defense is they're going to constantly put you in big situations, but it's not going to happen with the Chiefs. The Raiders, I think, will be way better with a 2 running back system with Darren Waller, Henry Ruggs, and Bryan Edwards opening that up. Their defense doesn't have to be great. It just has to be average because they can put a point.
Jake, talk to me about the AFC West. You hear myself, and you hear Mr. Eric over here from Vegas. Talk to us, Jake, about the AFC West.
Yeah, it's the Chiefs division. That's for sure. The Chiefs defense, though, who got arrested and isn't going to play?
Frank Clark.
Yeah.
Michigan. Yeah, we went and got Jaron Reed.
Michigan.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts.
No, it doesn't.
South Florida shouldn't even have showed the fuck up. I'm sorry. South Florida shouldn't even have showed the fuck up.
The only reason why I can tell you why it does not hurt is because everybody has the Super Bowl hangover of what happened last year and how bad we got beat down.
Yeah.
Name another time that has happened.
Well, I don't know if I feel like it's a loss. Like the defense will be worse. I don't know if the Super Bowl is a good example. That's the Bucs defense totally destroyed the offense. You had both tackles out. That was awesome.
But no, they ran us over on offense. On offense, they ran us over. We could not stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
right.
We could not stop.
Right, and that's no defense will hold up against that. If your offense can't do anything, then your defense is just gonna fail. It doesn't matter. But yeah, so that's the one worry. So they could be worse on defense. I mean, it's only one guy, but yeah, it's not the only guy that they lost. And yeah, the Raiders finally changed their defensive coordinator, so they have a chance to be better. How much better? Like changing to a good defensive coordinator sometimes is like instantly way better. And other times it's like, okay, it's going to take them a year or two to rebuild this defense and make it good. So we'll have to wait and see on that with the Raiders. So like if they're average defense right away, then maybe they have a shot at competing a little. They could probably beat the Chiefs, but the offense of the Chiefs is just so good that they'll end up with a good record. Their record will be good. But in the playoffs, if their defense isn't as good, that's where it could be a problem.
Yo, Eric, is this somebody else in Vegas bench warmers?
That's Jeremy. That's Jeremy. That's
Jeremy. Okay. Yeah. That's what's up. I appreciate you, Jeremy, for sticking in, man. The Raiders gonna have a defense this season. On paper,
I mean, they did get Yannick.
Let me put some of these on the screen.
They did get Yannick.
Give Jeremy some love. On paper, Jeremy said the Raiders have a stacked linebacker core this year. They have more pressure from their defensive ends.
That helps. But I was going to move on to
you guys about my team.
Right, the Broncos. That's who you want me to talk about.
Yeah, I do because you and I honestly we haven't talked a lot about the Dolphins. Eric and I haven't talked a lot. You guys know where I stand. I'm not a Tua believer. I've told both of you. Eric even says I'm being harsh. I said you got to take me to. Eric said, "What's he got to do? Got to take me to a fucking Super Bowl. He ain't got to win it because Marino didn't win it. So I'm not going to hold him to that. But you got to take me to one, dog. I'm being hard with, and I feel this way about Alabama quarterbacks across the board. That's why I don't believe in Mac Jones, and I'm holding my reserve for Jalen Hurts because technically he's an Alabama quarterback. Two are the same. I've said it before. I wanted Herbert. As a Dolphin fan, I wanted Herbert, and we had both of them sitting in front of us, and I wanted to go Herbert. They decided to go to a fine, but he better do the damn job, or I'll be the one saying, listen, guys, I told you I didn't jump all in on Tua. Guys have been to say, nah, VJ, he didn't jump. He said Tua had to take him to a fucking Super Bowl. So I know VJ wasn't sold on Tua. But you guys, my man Sage, hold on. Time out. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. You guys, man.
Hold up.
Hey, I got to go ahead and get off here because I got to work in the morning, guys.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right.
Yep, no problem.
Hey, you guys had a great show. How's it going, y'all?
Where the fuck have you been?
We're doing multiple drives, man. That's why I'm my picks.
We were actually just talking about your Raiders pretty deep. But I was asking Jake, and I'll bring you in on it now. You guys know my opinion on my Dolphins, man. I'm going kind of high. I'm going 12 wins because I love the defense. I love the punter. I love the field goal kicker. Also, quick, cool Vesn Sports Network stat. The only kicker in the league last year who did not miss a kick on the road. That's huge. And
that's
football.
Pretty good.
Yes.
That's big time.
The Dolphins kicker is the only kicker in the league that didn't miss a kick on the road last year. But I'm holding reserve on Tua. I'm holding reserve on Waddle. Listen, I don't think Waddle's Tariq Evans, but if Waddle can be Deshaun Jackson, I'm happy.
Solid.
If he's Deshaun Jackson and Deshaun Jackson's prime, that's yes, thank you. But you know, I think 12-5. I think the defense is worth 8 wins alone. Special teams is another one. That means Tua's only going to win 6 games with the great offensive numbers, right? You just got in, Sage, so I'll go to you first, man. You know how I feel about my Dolphins, bro. Am I kind of in the middle, or am I being a fan, or do you look at Miami and go, VJ doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about? The Dolphins are a 7 or an 8-win team. Talk to me about, bring it to me real about my Miami Dolphins.
They are not a 7-8 win team. They're definitely a 10 and above win team. They just they have a lot of question marks.
Yes.
And the film. So now every defense has the film going into the off season. Everyone's now game planning you. It's NFL. It's the best of the best. They're like, that's why they call sophomore slump, because now when they go in the off season, they game plan you, and when they come to the season, it works. And now the typical sophomore slump.
Okay, Jake, my Dolphins, man. You don't do fantasy. Do football, man. You kind of backed me up on Twitter. You were like, no, I agree with VJ when I was on the fly route. And I tried to get him into this league. He didn't sign up fast enough. Guys, you guys, listen, props. And remember, Sage, I hit you back up like, bro, are you getting in this league or not? Because I had like 27 guys that wanted to get in this league. But I was trying to like get my text messages out to the guys I kind of really wanted in first. And I actually lost about 3 or 4 guys that texted me during the show tonight like, yo, bro, I'm watching you on YouTube. What the fuck, man? I'm like, dog, I told you guys to get in. I can't keep these other guys out when I've already invited them to. It's kind of first come, first serve. But, Jake, you take the fantasy out, bro. Just football, man. Am I seeing something with the Dolphins? Or is Sage correct? They have a lot of question marks, but you're a question mark guy because you're a fantasy guy. Question marks either go up or they go down.
I don't see that many question marks with the Dolphins, to be honest. I guess your biggest question marks are on offense if they're anywhere. You know the defense is going to be good. You know they're staying good. And they won. They were 10-6 last year, right? Yeah. And just barely on the edge of the playoffs.
It could have been. I don't want to. I'm sorry to interrupt. Could have been 12-4.
Yeah.
They blow the Denver game.
Yeah.
They go out to Denver and lay a fucking egg. And Ryan Fitzpatrick throws away the Seattle Seahawks game that we're up in Miami.
Right. Exactly. So it was close. It was even closer than the record suggested.
Yeah.
And so we're thinking 12-5 this year with being a little better, being a little different. And the offense has question marks, but I mean, worst case scenario, you're still dumping off to Gaskin. You're still giving a chance for Tua to grow. I mean, he was a rookie last year. Now he has a full off season. And the same thing goes for guys like Jalen Hurts, who just get a lot of hate right now. And people are like, oh, Hurts sucks. It's like, well, you go look at his passing numbers. Those just look like rookie passing numbers. It's like, okay, well, now he'll be a little better than that at least. And if he's not a little better than that, he'll still be really good. And that same thing goes for Tua, except for I think Tua has even more room to improve. He looked even more raw, not as well used to the pros yet. And I think, it'll be a big step for him. Big step.
I think last year we also realized too, and we're hearing it from the defensive players in Miami, that playbook was for Shit's Magic, for Shit's Patrick, aka Juggles. Yeah, South Florida. It's 45-0. I don't know what the fuck South Florida thought this was happening tonight. You ever watch, quick sidebar, you ever watch like college football and teams getting an ass whoop and the camera pans down the sideline of the coach's faces and all the coaches are just like oh God, what's going on tonight? You're getting your ass whooped. That's what's going on tonight. You're getting your ass handed to you, bro. You were not prepared to play this. 45-0 to NC State is not prepared to play a football game. I thought this was a 31-20 game. This is crazy. But when I get off with you guys, I'm gonna load my bowl back up and watch some more college football, being that I'm off tomorrow for the rest of the night. But I agree with both of you and both your sentiments. I think I'm gonna lean more towards Sage's way. Sage, I'm with you. I I have like 3 or 4 question marks on offense. And that's being a real fan. Number one, the offensive line. That's number one. That's nothing nobody's talking about. Tua, Waddle, Fuller, and Albert Wilson. I get all of that. But football 101, as I've said before, run the football, stop the run. That means offensive line, defensive line. Jake just said it. Defensive line's an A. We're fine there. Offensive line, Tua doesn't have time. Tua got to scramble. Now, maybe Jalen Waddle being able to break off coverage during the scramble, he turns into Tyler Lockett, right? But with more speed, because people are comparing Tua to Russell Wilson. So maybe he's going to move around a lot more. Maybe that was a purpose of saying, I know most want us to draft Jamar Chase, but Jalen Waddle's a guy that can kind of break off coverage, break off his routes. And when he gets the ball in his hands, if you don't have a hand on him, he has the ability to go to 1st to 6th, like a Porsche, like that. And then it's a big play. Tyreek Hill, and as I aforementioned, Deshaun Jackson, who Long Beach probably heard LA back here with the Rams. But there's one question mark, and another question mark is Jalen Waddle. The foot injury. He looked tough. He played hard in the national championship game, but and he's already gone down twice. He went down once in practice, but got up, went to the sideline, got some treatment, was fine. And in the preseason Atlanta Falcons game, you guys see where the Atlanta Falcon guy got pushed and landed into his thigh, and he acted like it was. I hope he's not a prima donna, because he acted like I thought the year was done for him. The way he rolled around on the ground, right, Sage? Right? Talk to me, Seasoning. The way he rolled around on the ground was like, I was like, oh, God. Jalen Waddle's out for the year. Goes in the tent, goes in the locker room, then comes out and goes back into a preseason game. And I'm like, dude.
That's wild.
Don't Paul Pierce me. Don't Paul Pierce me, man. Come on, guys. Don't. Like, I want my guys to be. That's why I love Kobe so much. Kobe never did that pussy stuff, man. Kobe never acted like he was hurt when he wasn't, or over-exaggerated. And I like that. Marino, Charles Woodson, my favorite athletes don't do that shit, because I don't do that shit. If you're hurt, you're hurt. But to roll around on, so I'm hoping Waddle's not that guy. And being that an offensive line is my question mark, a question mark 0.5, I guess, would be, or half a question mark would be Gaskins. Jake, you and I both love him. But as I mentioned, 1.8 yards in the league last year for starting running backs. That's last before he's contacted. He can't get 2 yards before he's hit, dude. And if that's the case this year, they could go 10-7 or 11-6. That's not going to get him in the playoffs, because I believe the AFC is loaded. And if it is loaded, Miami would have to either go to, let's just put the teams together. Miami would either have to go to Tennessee, which I think they could win, but would have to go to either Tennessee, Baltimore, Pittsburgh. They're not going to have to go to Kansas City. Kansas City is going to have the 1 or the 2 seed, so they're not have to go there. But they're going to have to go to some cold weather teams. And if they ever run the ball well, Bill Parcells is famous for saying you are what your record and your stats say you are. You can't run the football in January if you didn't run it in October, September, November, and December. So that is a word. We both love Gaskins, but not to his fault. If there's no line, there's no running. In the last question mark I have, we all agree their defense should be legit. My fear is they lose somebody to injury. That's a big part of that defense and that position, whether it's one of those levels, whether it's like we can't afford to lose. We are thin at defensive back. We can't afford to lose Byron. We can't afford to lose Xavier. The kid out of Auburn, I'm trying to figure out how he wasn't cut. He's not an NFL corner. He's just not. I can't pronounce his name. That's what I'm saying. Jake knows who I'm talking about. Sage Seasons, I'm sure you do too. But that kid from Auburn, he's not an NFL quarterback. And I'm trying to figure out how he is still on an NFL roster. He just can't. So we are thin. Those are my question marks. I'll let either one of you gentlemen rebuttal any of that.
Well, at the moment, I was trying to go back and look at the article I wrote about the Dolphins and see what they did with their offensive line. And I mean, they did get some guys, but yeah, it's not like any big names. It's like, hey, we're trying, but we're barely trying to make an improvement here.
A little bit,
yeah. Well, think about it. They bring in DJ Fluke. Like, think about it. 2 guys they brought in that people thought would be okay. They got some veterans, some guys that's done it, are both gone. They brought in the veteran from the Ravens at center, and he's cut. He didn't make the team.
Yeah.
They bring in DJ Fluker, who is an All-American formerly at Alabama. And this was a really good topic I had. God, I can't. Jake, was it you? It was somebody I've had this conversation with in the last 4 or 5 days where they said, dog, if you really look at it, Alabama's NFL success is very overrated, and it is. If you look at all the first and second round picks they have, guys, a lot. Where's Bear? Was it you, Jake?
No, we weren't talking about it, but whatever it is, it sounds true to me.
Yeah, because Barrett, Rob, all these offensive linemen, like honestly, where are these guys at now? All these defensive line, where are these guys at now? Landon Collins is already on the second team. Clinton Dix, you would think they were talking about Clinton Dix as being a Brian Dawkins type player. All I know is Brian Dawkins played for one franchise for like 11, 12 years. Clinton Dix is on his third team already.
Yeah.
So it's because they're so great in college, we kind of watch it for a year or two in the NFL, and then we forget and we go, oh, well, Bama has all those first-round picks. It's like, dude, do you realize half those guys aren't even in the league anymore? It's starting to kind of turn into that, and that's what I see with a lot of defensive players from certain schools and certain systems in the NFL. And even if you go to Cleveland, Myles Garrett is solid. That defense is solid. But we did see when they lost Myles Garrett, guys, that defense just wasn't the same anymore. Denver's defense loses Von Miller for the whole season last year. It's not the same anymore. Do you guys remember when Vince Wilfork decided to walk away from football? The Patriots couldn't stop the run.
Yeah.
Nope. Couldn't do it.
They couldn't stop. That's why this Patriot thing, and I'm jumping around. I'll let you guys take it over with it before we end up. We're at the 3-hour mark. But everybody's buying this Patriot shit. Yes, it's personal to me. Everybody knows how I feel about Cam Newton. It's personal to me. Kobe Bryant is personal to me. Charles Woodson is personal to me. Dan Marino is personal to me. Isaiah Thomas is personal to me. Serena Williams, Tiger Woods, they're personal to me because I'm black. So therefore, when there's ever that color card played, I look at the sports. But when I know there's that other finicky shit behind it, I'm going to say something to speak up. And when I watch a lot of things happening in the NFL, and I watch a lot of these teams, and God, I think we're in for a huge season. I really do. I don't think people.
I agree.
The 2 teams that go to the Super Bowl are the 2 teams we're picking. I'm just gonna say it's easy to say, oh well, the Packers are Cleveland or Ravens or the Bucks. It may be the Bucks or the Chiefs. I don't think it's a rematch. One of those teams, like every other team, there's an injury. There's a player that's either playing for a contract or got paid already. So the paid player doesn't play as well. But on this other team, these 2, one defense, one offensive guy, these 2 guys are playing for a contract, and it's just one of these years that comes. That's why I'm all in on the Rams. I was all in on the Ravens. I have to pick another AFC team. It's easy to pick the Chiefs. But I watched the Chiefs in the last 2 Super Bowls. They got their ass handed to them 30-9-1. And in the other one in the fourth quarter, they're down 10 points. People forget that San Francisco game. If Garoppolo, the reason why he should have been traded by draft weekend, if Garoppolo doesn't shit his pants, Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid for the Chiefs, they're 0-2 in the Super Bowl. You just got to call it what it is. So either the Bucks or the Chiefs aren't getting to the Super Bowl. Who's that other team? Who's that team that's a 6 or 5 that we know on wild card weekend there's always one road winner. So who is it though? Is it the Dolphins going to Buffalo?
You're talking about AFC?
Both. There's always a wild card winner in each look it up over the last 13 years. All the home teams don't win through wild card weekend. There's always a road team that wins.
All right. The other wild one would be I could see the Vikings making it as a wild card.
I like that.
And the Vikings, even though, I'm a Packers fan and I don't like them, I love Kirk Cousins. He's good. Mike Zimmer is a great defensive coordinator, but at the same time, he's had a lot of bad injury luck. The defense is fallen apart on them in the playoffs so many times. And this year they have Patrick Peterson at cornerback. It's wow, that is a major upgrade compared to what they've had the last few years. And, you know, as soon as Patrick Peterson comes out and, you know, does good, and the Vikings defense looks pretty good, and they slip in, and now they don't have to crush the Saints on their way through. They're going to surprise, like, beat the Seahawks right away. And people will be like, whoa, Vikings. Uh-oh.
Listen, I don't disagree with that at all. You and I have talked about this. When I hear people talk shit about Kirk Cousins, I kind of just give him like
it's like he's good. He has a great quarterback rating.
What are you talking about? His Washington years? Who the fuck were his weapons?
Even then, he was still good. It's like, hey,
exactly.
he throws a lot of touchdowns.
You like that? You like that? Yeah, like
that was funny. I was like, yeah, I do like that. Do it again.
In Minnesota last year alone, 4,200, 4,300 yards, 34 touchdowns with 10, 12. How is that not a good year? I'll put you like this. Give that shit to Tua. We're 13-4. You give Tua 34, 12, and 4,300 yards. We're 12-5, 13-4. And that's what he gave the Vikings. Dalvin Cook, in my opinion, best all-around back in football. One of the best receivers in Jefferson. Sage, jump in there, bro. Talk Vikings, brother.
Hey, man. Hey, on a point that you had on Tua about Russell Wilson, I'm going to bring that back real quick.
Okay, go ahead, brother. You got
it. I was there on the field watching Russell Wilson's first ever NFL start at Cardinal Stadium. Just got my new job. I was on the field, I was doing the cheerleader bodyguard. I was right there.
Really?
He's not Tua, bro. Tua is not Russell Wilson because he looked so smooth. It was a bad O-line. He had a bad O-line that year.
Yeah.
No way it's different levels to this. Because let's think about this, third round pick, he was a steal. He came out flying in the he came out a guy that just got a $36 million from a franchise. They said, nope, we're going with the rookie.
Jake knows. Jake knows very well because he came from Green Bay.
Yeah. All right. Well, both. Yeah. In like Flynn. Yeah. Or are you talking about Russell Wilson from Wisconsin? I had a strong connection to what was going on over there. Right. Because, yeah, that's how, me and all of our, the people I was watching that with, I think I was working at a cable company. And one of the things that we had to do as our job is we had this wall of TVs. We had all the expensive pay-per-view, all the everything up all the time, which was kind of cool. But then it was like, okay, well, if this TV goes out, we got to call this person. We got to get this channel back up. We got to figure out what's going on. That's why we did that. But, it also gave us the opportunity to watch a lot of UFC fights and watch a lot of cool stuff, watch all the wrestling shows, all that, that was pretty good. But so we had the draft on and we're all sitting there like, why do people keep skipping on Russell Wilson? Like, I know he's short, but like, he's good.
Go ahead.
The Tua comparison, I get it, but I don't. It's like I can see the similarities they see between him and Russell Wilson as like he's got pretty good poise in the pocket. He can move around in the pocket and he can throw accurately. But like Russell Wilson is well, you know how we were talking about guys who are in the wrong era? Russell Wilson might be a guy that like should win MVP and should have been an MVP already. Yeah. But like, there's always been like all the older guys that were really good are starting to go down or going down, and all the young guys who are super good are coming up. And Russell Wilson's like right underneath every single guy every year.
I love your point, and Sage, I'll let you talk more on the Vikings. I love your point on wrong era because you're true. You're right. It is the wrong era because isn't he like the 90s black Doug Flutie? Right? Kind of sort of when you watch him, like he's the 90s black version of Doug Flutie in today's game, and I agree with you. I bang on him a lot. I'm not a fan, but on Sundays, I don't want to see him on Miami's schedule because I know he's a guy, Aaron Rodgers, Mahomes. There's just certain guys they can make a play, man. They can make it. You can hold them down all game. That's why I love watching Aaron do it because Aaron still rocks like the one chin strap. Like he's so old school, but for today's game, And I love the assholiness about him. I love the aloofness about. I like that shit. I don't want you kissing ass, bro. Don't kiss nobody. Fuck them. Fuck the media. I'm the media. Fuck me. Give me the real. I'm fine with it because I'm not gonna ask dumbass questions. Did you guys see the Brian Flores clip of when a reporter asked him who's the starting quarterback yesterday?
I didn't see that one.
Oh my god. Oh my god. And I retweeted. I said, and you wonder why athletes and coaches don't like the media. And me being part of the media full-fledged now is after all we've heard over the last year and a half, on September 1st, your first question to Brian Flores is, who's your starting quarterback? And his reaction was almost like, it's Tua Tagovailoa. It's been Tua Tagovailoa. And it's just almost like, God, dude, like, let it. If they make a trade, we'll know. He's not gonna fucking tell you before the trade's done that, you know what, we are still poking around on Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, all those rumors are all fake.
Lovie Smith. Rex Grossman's our starter. Rex is our you feel me, right? It's almost just like, and me as a journalist, I'm like, that would have been the last shit I asked Brian Flores. Maybe on July 31st, August 2nd, August 6th, September 1st, after the 53-man roster's been turned in, you're asking him.
It's a troll. It's a troll move. It's a troll media move. And it's typical because they know that if they ask him that, they're going to get that response, the awkwardness. They want that on camera. It's good content for them. They're fans. They push it and it's a media push. Like they want him to feel awkward so they can push that and push that moment that where he's like awkwardly to my court. It's all planned.
And that's what I hate about, and you guys follow me enough to know that's what I created Vesn for. I just want to bring back, Sage, you and I have had long discussions, bro.
Yeah.
I want to bring back real sports talk because this shit that we see today is just now you guys see on the mouse, Max Kellerman is taking over for Zubin on that Keyshawn and Jay Will morning show. It's like they're just rotating guys in and out, trying to figure it out. But it's like if you just put good people on air that aren't trying to get clickbait and that aren't trying to say shock value shit, you get the truest form of sports talk. When some of these guys are like all of a sudden, and I'm not gonna make this about Cam, I'll make this about Mac Jones. All of a sudden, everybody loves Mac Jones. All of a sudden, this is a guy. Jacksonville, we get you had to take Trevor. We all agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of what you saw from the other guys, you got to take Trevor. Okay.
He's lived life since he's a sophomore in high school.
Thank you.
Every expectation. He was supposed to be the best quarterback in high school. He did that. Supposed to be the best in college. He did that.
Well, hold on. I will debate this though. If you remember, there was a bidding war between him and Justin Fields, the seniors. Justin Fields was a senior with him. It wasn't foregone conclusion. It just pretty much turned into, okay, he committed to Clemson before I could, and I committed. So then I took the next best thing, and I committed to Georgia. The Georgia thing didn't work out, so fine. I'll go to fucking Ohio State, and I'll go to back-to-back college playoffs.
People are like,
you did. Now he's got the national championship that Fields doesn't have, but Fields also had to play Alabama with broken ribs, and then when Fields had an opportunity to get a shot at Clemson, he wiped the field with their ass. But I want to go back to Mac Jones. Do the Jets have to take Zach Wilson? No. They could have.
Do you hear what Romo said today? He said
San Fran moves up to 3. Do they have to take Trey Lance? No. People thought they were going. I heard Adam Schefter on the radio last night. Everybody believed they made that move to take Mac Jones. Did Chicago have to move up to get Justin Fields? No. They could have moved up to 10th and they could have took Mac Jones, right? Mac Jones fell to the Patriots, and now we're like, oh, God, yeah. Dude, there were 4 fucking teams that had the opportunity to take this guy. And they said, no, Trey Lance, better. Zach Wilson, which I don't agree with, better. Justin Fields, which I totally agree with, better. But now all of a sudden, because it's Cam Newton, it's Max ready. They're going to tailor this team around Mac Jones. This is going to be what it looked like when Brady was a second year and third year. I can't wait for the first week. We're going to fuck him up. Dolphins defense, the preseason, he played with no ones. He played with all 2s and 3s in the preseason.
Ridiculous. That's why
it's not going to look good.
I didn't like the move, and then to then justify it and say that, well, he's going to learn from his mistakes. He might get hurt week 1. That's what. Like, didn't we just see what Joe Burrow did with the Bengals last year when the offensive line wasn't ready, and we're like, well, they got to get a QB because they don't have one. Well, you got him hurt. So how did that end up? And that's why, I do agree. You still got to get the QB. You still got to get Burrow. I'm not saying that you can't do that, but now you know the consequences when you had Cam Newton. Let Cam take over the first half of the season or even the first 4 games.
I'll even go deeper than that, and I hate to play the color card here. 5 quarterbacks drafted, 3 white, 2 black. Trevor, we agree, he has the start. Zach had the door open for him. They let Flacco fucking go because they want Zach to have it. But in San Francisco, Trey, not ready. Chicago, Andy Dalton. Justin, not ready. New England, 15-1 quarterback, national champion, high school state champion, JUCO champion at Blaine College, number 1 overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner, NFL MVP, took his team to the Super Bowl. But you got to cut him, and it's Mac Jones. Guys, listen.
It's ridiculous. I've been saying that the rookie QBs, I'm not saying that they don't have a good knowledge of the playbook. You need an expert knowledge of the playbook. And a lot of them are in complicated systems. Like a good example was Carr's first year with Gruden. He did, he was still going through progressions. Going to year 2 with Gruden, it was a huge improvement. Going to year 3 in Gruden's offense, another huge improvement where he's a photographic memory. So he's like always on it.
I owe you an apology. I'm going to show you guys the kind of real fan and journalist I am. You and I have gone back and forth on Carr for about 2 years now, right?
Right.
But about 2 years that you and I linked up and going back in Carr. You've changed. You were one of the people that have helped change my position on Carr. It's not the offense. It's not. I've gone back and I'm a type of sports guy that says you're allowed to change your mind, not to bandwagon, but if you're given new information, if you don't evaluate it, I don't want to talk to you. If you're a guy that can't evaluate new info, I don't want to talk sports with you because that means you're just stuck on it, and that's fine. That's fine. I don't want to talk to you. But when you and I would talk, I would go back, I would watch. I was like, let me go back because Sage knows this shit. Let me go back a little bit. I gotta go. Let me humor this motherfucker that owes me a sandwich and a ginger ale on a game bet already, all the way on fucking Palm Springs. Let me go back and look. And I go back, I watch the offense, I look at the rankings, I look at everything. Jake is a fantasy guy. He sees this. It's like, wow, it really was the defense. And we all know because it's the running joke. The defense. But it is true, though. It is the defense. That's a top 12 offense. If they could just get a middle-of-the-road defense, they're an 11-1 team. If they could just get a middle-of-the-road. So just 15th in the league in total defense, they would be able to get into the playoffs. And I'm going to give you props back to that. You're right. It's not Carr. I like Wall. And I'm going to tell you, man, I think Ruggs takes a big step this year. Every big-time player, guys, just doesn't get to come in the NFL. We talked Kyle Pitts earlier. We talked Jamar Chase earlier. Listen, it doesn't mean that Jamar Chase can't. I think he's too big. I think he needs to lose like 15, 20 pounds. He's too big. And if you can't get off coverage, the way you get faster and quicker is by shedding weight. So you got to lose weight, or you're never going to get off coverage. You're never going to get off coverage. And the drops, I think, hey, man, 100 to 150 ball machine catches a day. Maybe in the morning and in the evening, maybe two. This is your life, dude. This ain't me. I don't do this shit. But if I was in your position and I don't have shit else to do, I'm catching this 150 times in the morning, And again, I'm going out to the ball machine. I'm gonna have the little intern dude go out here and feed me 150 football. But I also want the guy that may be in the dark office, up in the office, looking out over the practice field, saying, "Okay, this kid wants to get better." Obviously, he knows and he hears the rumblings that he can't catch this. And in this sport right here, when you play receiver, you have your first job is to do this with it. Period. So I believe things can be changed, but you have to want to work at it and want to do it. I think Ruggs it's gonna do it. I really do, bro. I think. Listen, let's get real. These Alabama receivers, all these motherfuckers are good. Like they haven't missed. Like really, Alabama hasn't missed a receiver.
And that's what's used against Mac Jones. And that's the problem with Mac Jones is he has so many elite receivers. You're like, is it Mac or is it his receivers? Or in Alabama, the amazing offensive line. They hit everything.
Or handing the ball to Najee Harris, which we all think
everything
is going to be a dynamic rookie. Jake, jump in there, man. Mac Jones, Alabama, Najee Harris, wherever you want to go, bro.
I was going to go. Well, I think I need to jump off here. It's past one for me, but I'll leave you.
Go to bed, brother.
So we were talking about coaches and their questions and what they saw, what they heard. You know, I saw a clip of Mike Vrabel of the Titans and the Bucks doing a practice together. Did you hear about this one?
No. Fill me in, man.
All right. So the Titans and the Buccaneers were doing a joint practice, and Mike Vrabel is there, and Tom Brady's looking at him. And Mike Vrabel's talking to both the teams. And, you know, you guys all know Mike Vrabel's journey. He's the head coach of the Titans. He used to be the defense coordinator. He was the linebackers coach. And before that, he was a linebacker for the Patriots, you know, and he moved into head coach really fast. And his defenses haven't been good, but his teams have been good, which is kind of weird. But anyways, so he's addressing these two teams, and he says, you know, it's really nice that Tom Brady got another Super Bowl win where his defense carried him there. And it was so funny coming from Mike Vrabel, who used to play with him, and it was just like, man, that
lets you know, man, in football, there's no rules. The best, and here we'll end the show on this. I love this. We'll end the show on this. You guys think about it. I'll give you mine. The best sports line movie of all time, and mine is simply "There's No Crying in Baseball." That is the best sports line in any movie. When Jimmy Dugan, aka Tom Hanks, tells her, "You start to lose your head. If you don't know what that is, that's that lump that's 3 feet above your ass." And when he walks away, he goes, "Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball." I love A League of Their Own. I still kind of have to look away when the sister crashes into Gina Davis and she drops the ball. I still have to look away or I'll tear up. To this day, I still have to look away from the screen like, nope, I don't need to see that type of love given to a sibling. That shit makes me emotional. But yeah, there's definitely no complaining. And that's sportsmanship, man. Vrabel doing that with Brady. But Brady pokes at people too. Did you see the video where he's throwing the ball back into the ball machine? Come on. Oh, you hater. You fucking hater, Jake. You fucking Did you see Jake roll his eyes? Dog, I don't care what you say. He threw one of these, Jake. I mean, multiple times. And then looked at the camera and said, "Come on, man. Let's go." Tom Brady.
You've used the catch machine, haven't you?
White guy in America.
You've used the catch machine, haven't you? Have you used one of those machines?
Of course.
You know how heavy they are. And I don't know if you've used these TikTok, Instagram videos, and if you've ever done video editing before, you know that, like, if you tried to do that, sure, you could land it in there. But it doesn't bounce back to you and shoot out. And it doesn't knock the thing over. Doesn't matter how strong you are. Like if you were the Hulk and you threw it, it would fall over. It's like, this is fake. It's cool, but it's fake. You know? And that's how I felt. It's like, really? We're gonna do this and people are gonna think this is real. Like, okay, sure. You guys have your fun.
No, stop. You're gonna make me
Hey, it's true.
Stop. You're gonna make me think of myself.
No, I gotta keep going then.
Dog, that's why I love you, man, and that's why I like you.
I mean,
you're only gonna give that true, but the minute I mention it, look, Jake.
Yeah. Oh God.
Oh God. But I expect nothing. I expect nothing less from a Packer fan and a sports guy like you, man. Like whenever anybody mentions Jim Kelly to me, all right. Just a 4 Super Bowl loser. Oh, I'm supposed to feel sorry for him, or I'm supposed to view it differently because of the medical. Man, listen, people know my heart. I pray for that man and his son and all of that shit. Football-wise, fuck him, man. He wasn't close. Put Dan Marino on them fucking teams. They go 3-1 in them Super Bowls. Put Dan Marino with Lofton, Reed, Cornelius Bennett, Darryl Talley, Steve Tasker, Don Beebe, Marv Levy, Thurman Thomas, Kenneth Day. All right, you know what? It's before I like really have some people think of me different. We probably should end the show. Yeah, we probably should. Because I'm on one of them tears. So I feel you, and real talk. That's why I like you, and that's why I wanted to backtrack with Sage, because the first time I said something about Derek Carr, Sage goes, I looked at this guy and said, oh, you don't like that, do you? Oh, you don't like me talking about go right ahead. And that's when our Carr thing started. I was wrong. I'll say it now. I thought that they were going to go after a quarterback. I thought that they were going to go after somebody else. I didn't believe that Carr and Mayock thought that he was their guy. But then, like I said, if you're not going to open yourself to new information in sports, then you end up being one of these dudes that end up just kind of talking, man, and just yelling all the time and being loud all the time. And it's like, bro, just because you're loud, that doesn't mean you're right. And you say the same shit every day. Like, there's certain people on TV that when the team they hate loses, we already know what it's going to look like the next morning. It's been done before. Like, come on, bro. Okay, you're going to come out here and you're going to do this over-exaggerated laugh and like, come on, man. It's like feels like middle school or ninth or like freshman year in high school again. Let's laugh loud so everybody in the cafeteria looks over at our table. Like, I can't stand grown-ass men that do sports talk that way. But that's why I gave props back to us, because it made me think. And I expect nothing. Like I told you on my show last week, Jake, you don't know what it's like to be a fan that had to go through 24 quarterbacks in the last, like, 20. You don't know what that's like. You had text him your Dick Favre, because he texts his dick. That's what he does. It's out there. He does that. He texts his dick. And you've had discount double check. Yeah. You've never, ever known in your life what it's like to wake up on a Sunday morning and have all these fucking question marks. And if we do this and if we do, and every time your quarterback throws the ball, you're like this. Your quarterback throws the ball, you're refilling your chili and your nachos because it's probably a touchdown or a completion. When you come back, hey, what happened? Oh, he hit Lazard. Oh, he hit Lazard on a 32-yarder. Oh, he hit, such as it. Dude, trust me, because we all know in football, if you don't have a quarterback, you might as well go home. You don't have a fucking shot.
Yeah. So
that's why I give Sage's props, and I hope too is that. But Carr's that guy, man. If every Sunday you wake up, you know what that guy's gonna give you. Every Sunday when you wake up, dude, you're not worried about him. Every Sunday I wake up, I'm worried about Tua. I'm concerned, or I'm wondering. I use wondering. I'm wondering, okay, is this the Sunday that everybody's right about you? Or is this the Sunday everybody's wrong about you? But Jake, bro, like, I wish I knew when I was a kid growing up with a Marino, even though I had Marino, I knew my defense was giving up 27. You don't have to deal. I knew my defense was giving up. I watched a shitload of 34, 38, 38, 32 losses. Marino 31 of 51 for 465 and 4 touchdowns and no picks, and we lose 42-45. I grew up with that shit.
Yeah. That's pretty much the Aaron Rodgers life.
Aaron Rodgers is 12 wins for you guys when he's healthy. What are you talking about?
Well, right. The wins, the defense might still give up a bunch.
This is all that matters, dog.
Right.
This is all that matters is the dubs.
And I felt it some. There was some years back then when, a few years back when Rodgers was injured and we just rifled through all these backup guys and hire whoever off the street, and it was pretty awful.
That's because when Rodgers is healthy, come on, man. Remember the year Huntley had to fill in for Rodgers? And I watched him out here in LA at UCLA, and I said, dude, this guy is not ready, but he's got to play. Like Jacoby, I'm so glad the Dolphins did what they did. You know why I want Cam there? It would be the first time in NFL history. Here's some history for you guys. If the Dolphins signed Cam Newton, it would be the first time in history that the head coach, the GM, and all three quarterbacks were black on the NFL roster. It'd be the first time in NFL history. That's if anything, and a guy that could come in the locker room. You don't think that Tua still needs a veteran? It wasn't shit's magic, but it's not also Jacoby Brissett.
I'm not bringing in Cam.
Thank you. He can use a Cam.
Not doing it.
A former MVP, a guy that played in the SEC,
won
the Heisman, and won a national championship like this young kid, but can say, but this is how you're going to handle yourself in the NFL. I want the Dolphins to sign Cam Newton. So, dude, they sign Cam Newton. We going to the fucking Super Bowl.
I hope Cam waits 2 weeks, and I hate to say this, it's a game of NFL. He just got to wait for the first playoff team to lose a casualty at quarterback, and then he goes to that team. He's got to wait, and he knows that. Here's why he's like, you guys don't even worry about me. I'm not gonna go to the Texans because they want to lose. And realistically, if the Dolphins lost to him, they want to hire a draft pick. They don't want a Fitzpatrick. They didn't keep him. They didn't. Who's their backup right now? The Dolphins.
Jacoby Brissett. Exactly. No, dude, I'm with you. It's like, all right, you did all right in New England. You did all right, and you did all right with the Colts.
He's in the 30 to 40 range in the backup, so I'm okay with that. It's a good backup.
But I mean, bro, like I said, this is personal to me. Cam Newton's personal to me. My wife got me tickets to go watch the Rams when they were still at the Coliseum before the new stadium. I seen Cam play in person, bro. Like this is personal to me. This is seriously. I don't want to see him on some shit ass squad, and I don't want to see him on some fuck ass Cowboys. Like everybody's calling for that. I don't want to see him in. I don't want to see Cam Newton with a fucking bitch ass star in his helmet, backing up Dak, waiting for Dak to get hurt. Like what's that? Nah. I would love to see him in Miami and being able to mentor a Tua. And if Tua goes down, he jumps Kobe Brissett. You put a former MVP in with that defense and with those weapons, and everybody. Cam's not the most accurate guy. I got his numbers right here, man. Because I did this show. I did this show the other night. Cam is not the most accurate guy, and I get why certain people go there with Cam Newton. But career-wise, he is here we go. 140 games, 43, 48 attempts, 26-13, and completions, touchdowns 190, interceptions 180. He's a career 60% guy. But 60%, oh, look at his dog. Look at Jake's dog. Jake, you're an all-American white husband dad, man. I like you, bro. You got 2 kids, and you got a pregnant wife, and you got a fucking, what's that, golden retriever?
He's a lab mix.
A lab mix, yeah, and you got a lab mix. You're a real Midwest. You're a real solid Midwest white dude, man. I like you, bro. Got a fucking Randall Cobb jersey on this shit. Eats bratwurst, puts chili and cheese and onions on it. I like you, bro. And got a look at his lab. Look at that tail going. I miss my dog. You guys see my homeboy Woodson. This was my wife. That was my homie right there, man. Him and my wife. There's a better view. Yeah. He passed last year, bro. Fuck me up, man. Yeah. I'm gonna get another one, but this dude right here, that was my homie right there, man. I want my son and my daughter to grow up with puppies and learn that responsibility and that animal, learn that love with animals, man.
I love dogs.
That's fucking awesome, man. But with the quarterbacks, you got to have a guy. Cam would be able to come in there and be a veteran. I think Jacoby will go to the third. Remember, Jacoby's got connection to Flores from New England.
I love Jacoby, and that's one of the. I watched the entire show tonight, just so you know, man. And I appreciate.
Oh, you watch what?
I watched this entire show tonight.
Oh, thanks, man.
Watched the entire show, so I appreciate the shout out you gave me earlier in the show.
Come on, bro. Come on, man. I got love for you. Like I said, I just like him. I know it sounds corny because of today's world of social. And listen, man, every guy gonna look at some tits and ass. Every woman gonna look at some buff dude or get caught up in some gossip stuff. Or like my wife don't watch reality TV, but from time to time I'll catch her watching the Kardashians. I'll be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" She's like, "Oh, come on, honey." And I get it. It's like we all have our little vices, dude. That's what's cool about life. We all have our vices. So I love humans, man, because humans, they are what the fuck we are. So when somebody loses somebody, I feel that hurt. And when I watch you give your speech at your father's funeral, I could tell, dog, that it was laid on you to do that. You did a phenomenal job. And trust me, bro, he's up there looking at you like, there you go. There you go. So because life goes on. We're born to die, bro. Well, there's one day I'm gonna leave my son. But as long as I can instill in him, bro, you gotta carry it. You gotta carry the Husky name, not the VEEJAY name, not the Vesn name. You gotta carry the Husky name, dog. You're carrying the Alvarez name, not the Sage, you're carrying the Alvarez. That's why dads want to have sons, dog. We want to have sons that carry the fucking name. Daughters can't carry the names. They're gonna get married, their name changes. You know what I'm saying? And then they belong to another lineage. So it's all good, man. You know, Sage, you know I like you, even though I'm not playing with you. I want my fucking sandwich and I want my
I gotta pull up, bro.
I'm not fucking around with you, bro. I'm a cheap date, but you will pay your date. You know,
hey, do I got a DoorDash that to you, or I'm trying to come out.
No DoorDash. I want to go out somewhere, sit and chill with you, talk sports, watch the games and stuff. When I go up to Wisconsin, I'm meeting with Jake. I told Jake I want to come to Wisconsin. Even though we don't get tickets, I know there's a sports bar somewhere that is legendary for Packer fans, and I just want to be able to experience that. I'm not going to root for the Packers in the game, but I want to eat their brats. I want to drink the beer, whatever appetizers I want to do that. I'm going to pay for it later in my hotel room that night on the toilet. I know this. I turned 44. My wife makes fun of me all the time. She tells me I got old man guts. I got old man guts now. There's certain shit I just can't eat. Brats and beer in Wisconsin is going to fuck me up. I already know that. But to be able to say I went up there and I hollered at a really cool dude and I'm a different cat and I was able to mesh with these group of people, and it was just about the love of football and the love of eating bullshit junk food. That's my bucket. That's on my bucket list. I want to go to Lambeau, but I understand the tickets are tough there. But if I ever get into Lambeau, Soldier Field, Wrigley, Wembley over in London. Oh yeah. Oh dog, Wembley. You know, type of event like the Beatles played at Wembley. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that type of stadium. It's that type of. They hold World Cup games. They hold the WrestleMania 91, I believe it was, a SummerSlam. No, SummerSlam 92 was in Wembley. Bret Hart and Davey Bulldog for the Intercontinental Championship to seal the show that night. Like it's so I have bucket lists, and Lambeau is definitely one of them, man. If you guys got a roll, I get it. I know
I can stay up if you still want to talk, man.
Yeah, we can talk. We can talk, Sage. But I know.
I gotta get out of here.
I know Jake's back there.
Yeah, I do want a better grade this time. I did, except for the kicker and the defense. That was all my picks, man.
We'll see. I got to look it over. I don't know when I'll get around to it. Maybe tomorrow night if I'm lucky. We'll see.
Whenever you can, boss. I appreciate it.
Dog, honestly, Jake, I wonder how you – the other night I'm watching – I'm like, how does he have time to shit? He's married. He's got kids, and he's got a full-time job. What the fuck is he grading? And I read all your grades the other day, bro. I read every last one of them. You saw what I said to Adam. Listen, Sage, I got a question for you. You got to be honest with me right now. Are you fucking Adam? Are you Adam Hustle?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Well, because I know you create other pages and you run them. I thought for like a month you were Adam Hustle.
No, he's real.
He has like 4 pages though.
That guy, man.
You
you gotta see how I go at it. It's all love, but like last week, I don't do any slick. Yeah, you do a lot of slick comments, dog. And a lot of remember the day I text you, I'm like, yo, what's up with homeboy? What the fuck is? But it's cool. I get it. I like it. I love it. But I will address it like, bro, you always coming at me sideways, man. Remember the Sage, I know you saw this response. Well, yeah, I'm interested to see your 25 fantasy leagues. I was like, oh, what the fuck you? Oh, you don't know who the fuck you talking to.
He forgot about. I remember. All right, I actually forgot about that comment until you brought it right now. But I did remember that he did say that. I'm gonna bring that up so when he forgets about that.
And I'm at 19 right now, so I got 6 more to go. But he was quick to say, "Oh yeah, I'm very interested."
He did say that. I remember.
I'm very interested to see these 25 fantasy, and I'm like, bro, I've had years where I've done 43 fantasy leagues in one season, and I only had 2 teams under 500. Dog, I do this shit. So when we jumped in, I don't know if you saw the comment of me and him going back and forth in Jake's chat room. I'm like, dog, you talk so much shit. Won't you jump in my league? I'm cool on your. All right, well, fuck you then, bro. Don't talk shit to me, dog. I got an A+ team. What I say his team was, I said, dog, your team's a B-. You forgot to put the minus, Jake. I said, your team's a B- at best. What did Jake grade it at? A B. He forgot to put the minus, though.
Well, I gave Sage's team a pretty bad grade, but
he got a D.
I gave it to the sleeper auto draft, not to Sage, because I know what happened here. Sage, that auto draft was weird.
Sage, go back and watch it. Go back and fast forward. Just go to YouTube, fast forward, because my shit's right here. And just fast forward to your pick, bro. We were laughing so hard. We were like, yo, this motherfucker took 6 running backs in his first 8 picks.
All bad.
And the meme you have,
get those backups.
The meme you have of Steve Carell from The Office, like, and walking into the office, that was the perfect response to your team. Well, he was just like, like, dude, that was the perfect meme response. And at one point we go, is he fucking all? Because 6 running backs, what the? And your quarterback is not even a starter. Jake, who's his quarterback? Who's his starter?
Well, he got Joe Burrow, but then he got Justin Fields, and that was it.
Yeah. Oh man,
you got to get another one real quick.
Justin Fields, I feel give me this for one of you guys jump off where it says you and I could talk all night. I know, Jake, I know you got to go. I know it's late back, but just really quick, Justin Fields. I'll give you a comparison. You guys tell me what you think. I look at Justin Fields. I see Donovan McNabb. Talk to me, Jake. Yeah. I mean, McNabb went to a Super Bowl. McNabb went to a 4th straight conference championship game. If Justin Fields gets out of Chicago in 10 to 12 years and he could say, I went to 4 conference championship games and a Super Bowl, he would be right below Jim McMahon. And in some eyes, he might be over Jim McMahon.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I watched McNabb play. I remember having him on a lot of my fantasy teams, but man, that was.
We'll revisit this.
I do remember dropping 32 points on McNabb. Just had to throw that out there, bro.
He talks about that though in a basketball game, right?
I got the picture. I can pull that up right now. I'll pull that picture up. I'm so proud of that moment because it was on the Lifetime website, so I didn't even know. So it was gonna be all those moments. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna brag about it. But like, it's not true, Sage. You didn't play him. But then I'm like, oh, I got the picture.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. Hey, Jake, listen, I appreciate you, man. Listen, you and I now, we're in 2 leagues together, bro. I'm in your sleeper league. If there's ever a league if there's ever a year I don't get in your sleeper league, I'm not talking to you until the next football season starts.
Okay.
I mean that.
All right.
I mean that.
So if I need a break from you, I know how to take it.
You know one thing about you I like too, man? You have really quick wit. You have a really good wit. And being a 20-year stand-up comedian, I can identify with different forms of funny. You have a quick wit, but still, fuck you. You know what? If 1 year you forget about me in the league, I know why the fuck you did it. You got tired of it. if you ever go, oh, dude, my bad, I forgot. I'm gonna go, oh, that's fucked up. You're tired of me? You know what? All right, Jake, I'll talk to you next year, bro. God bless you and your lovely family, man. Pet your dog and kiss him for me, bro. Yeah, the guy you diss, I'm telling you that I love your dog. Now you deal with that for the next 12 months, you stack of monkey shit. And I'm hanging up. So go ahead and roll, man. I appreciate you. Tell everybody watching where they can catch you, Jake.
Yeah, you can see my Twitter tag here at Jake's F Football. That's the Twitter tag. You can find me Jake's Fantasy Football blog if you search that. If you go to Facebook, if you go to Instagram, I have all those. I guess the biggest and main one right now is Twitter. If you go to my site, there's just like a lot of stuff to read, tons of stuff to scroll down. And like what VJ was saying there, I'm the guy that tries to think about what nobody else is thinking about. Try and think about, find things that no one else is talking about. And, why aren't people talking about this? Is there something there? Don't think about, hey, this guy did so good. Think, why did he do so good? What happened? What's so good about him? Is there something there? Did he get lucky? Did he have a good season? Did he, is there something he learned? Anything you can get, and you got to put it out there. And then a lot of times I get instant hate because it usually doesn't match up with popular opinion. But, it's like, hey, I found something. It's saying this guy isn't going to be as good as you think. So watch out. And then people are like, well, yes, he is. Well, okay, great.
You do a great job, man.
Do a great job.
We're about to end the show. You got anything you want to tell Mr. Jake? Be respectful. Say hi to Mr. Jake. Say what's up. I haven't given him his teams yet. I don't want to be that dad that gives him all my teams, but if I had to pick one team of his, he would be a Dolphin fan. I'm going to let him rock. He's an LA kid, so I'm going to let him rock with the Lakers and the Dodgers because I'll probably take him to his first baseball game will probably be a Dodger game. His first basketball game is going to be a Laker game. His first college football game is probably going to be USC game. My wife has her master's from USC, from the Amberg School over there of communication. So, but if it comes to NFL, this city's really split between Rams now. You got Charger fans here and Raider fans. My Dolphins might be the one team I'd be like, yo, don't you want to go for Tua Tagovailoa today, man? And don't you want a Jalen Waddle jersey? Like his first jersey might be a little Jalen Waddle or a Tua jersey, man. So I want him to pick his own squads, and he's LA, but I might have to give. Like, does your son, when your son watches the games with you, Jake, does he root for daddy's teams? Like, help prepare me for that.
He doesn't know what's going on yet, but he likes that there's colors and those colors are moving around. That's what he likes.
Okay, well, you guys have seen my Instagram. And Shades, I know you have. You see the videos I posted of my son at the TV, like really focused and yelling at the screen when football.
He learns that from you.
Yeah, y'all. Well, you know what? I only yell at Michigan and Miami Dolphin games, but I commentate. I work on my color commentary with every other game I watch. And my wife could tell you, I say things plenty of times before the people on TV say it. And it got to a point where we were watching a playoff game the other night, and it was preseason game, it's Najee Harris. And I talked about how he always falls forward. And I'm just sitting there, and I talk to myself. I don't have to talk to her. I'll be like, yeah, guy. And the one thing about Najee Harris, the guy just always falls forward. That's going to put an additional 100 yards on this total this year because that's half a yard, 2 yards, 3 yards. And then right when the replay we're playing, Charlie Batch echoed it. She looks at me and she just cracks up laughing because she knows I'm gonna be like, dirt off the shoulders.
Yeah, I think I need to write an article about this kind of stuff. Like that article I wrote about all the skills you need in recognizing skills. I went over some just like random stuff as examples, but I think I need to do one about running back skills and one about receiver skills.
Yeah.
Because that's like a skill. It's underrated. People don't think about it. It's like, hey,
guys that fall forward.
I fall forward.
Yes.
That's an extra yard, half a yard. That those little differences make up.
Receiver. I'll give you a receiver one.
A little different.
Receivers that always get the last little bit of toe tap in or stretch the ball, even when they already got the first down. Those guys that just keep their feet in and lean their body out, but over a season. That's an additional 200 yards, man. If you're doing that every time you're catching the ball or you're diving. Remember Marvin Harrison used to fall, but he used to dive forward. Because once you get low enough, guys can't come spear you and hit you. You haven't given yourself up. So a 2.5 yard body bounce is 3 yards. And if you do that 4 times a game, that's 12. If you do it over 16, that's over.
Over 100. Yeah, I think the next one I was going to go to, the example that I had was people were talking about DK Metcalf lately. And, you know, I said, you know, like, they're like, hey, what happened to him the second half of 2020?
My bad. My son grabbed my mouse and took me out of my own shit.
Yeah. I was talking about DK Metcalf. Did you hear that?
Here, play with the mic. You like the mic?
Yeah.
No, I didn't, because
and how his second half wasn't as good as his first half. And I said, well, he got figured out. And then people are like, well, people have figured it out. People can't figure him out. It's like, no, he's big, he's fast, and he runs straight. That's what, you know, that's what he does. And he's really good at it. So this is the kind of guy, like, maybe you'd want to compare him right now to like Des Bryant or like Demaryius Thomas or like Roddy White, as in once they get like early 30s, their career is done because they don't learn the skills. They're just a physical guy, and that's all they do.
I love the Roddy White. I love the Roddy White comparison.
Great comparison.
Right. And it's like big physical guy, really good player, could be even better if he learned how to, like, you know, do that quick stutter step, sell a route, make him think that somebody's going a different direction. And if he can do that, it's like he doesn't need to do that right now. But if he did, he could be even better. And
the next level.
Right. And that's what I'm going to be watching for with him this year, is like, is he learning those things? Is he getting a little better? Because if he doesn't, then I can see like, oh, his career is going to be shorter than like Larry Fitzgerald or Marvin Harrison, who play to 35 plus. Like those guys, once you hit a certain point, you have to win with those smarts, with the, you know, like your stance matters. If you're just standing there and you have the same pose at every single time you line up, they don't know what you're going to do. But a lot of guys, what they do, it's like, oh, defensive back looks at his feet. It's like, oh, he's running a slant. Defensive back looks at his feet. He's gonna run a hook.
I call DK a two-trick pony. Slant and go. And Russell running around helps him break off routes and come back and get balls. He's so big and physically opposing that he could come back on a 20-yard comeback and throw a DB out of the way, reverse the body, and then run the rest of the 30 yards for a touchdown, which you've seen him do. No, I'm with you on DK Metcalf. Listen, if Tyler Lockett's not on that team, DK Metcalf, I'll give you one even better. Both you guys, especially Sage remembers this guy. DK Metcalf without Tyler Lockett and without Russell Wilson is no more than a Dwayne Cherry. Yeah, SC came into the league and couldn't do shit.
I know.
In college, he was just bigger than everybody. And let's get real, guys. If you go back to college,
he did more than him.
Brown is the one. Brown is the one at Ole Miss. It's not DK. DK wasn't even better than Brown at Ole Miss. Brown's the one. He's the RW. He's the WR1. DK wasn't even the number one target there.
DK's done more though. He's proven that he could do more. But like what Jake's saying, you know, they
could be better. Yeah.
You think he's better than Brown?
Which Brown are we talking about? I'm lost now.
In Tennessee.
Oh, AJ Brown. Oh,
AJ Brown played with DK Metcalf.
AJ Brown has the skills.
Yeah,
he knows more, and that's why. Yeah, I would prefer AJ as of right now. DK does have that better physical prospect sort of idea, and he could be better if he learns those little bits of skills. And yeah, we'll have to see if he does it.
The DK fans are coming. They're going to come for me, but I'm AJ over DK. I'm with you on.
Yeah.
Agree.
I mean, they're close and they're both really good. I've been saying this about DK since day one. I don't buy him. I don't believe in him. He's a two-trick pony. Post, slant, playing with Sierra Wilson allows him to kind of get more plays than that are actually really there for him. He will nearly be. God, you gave some great name. He's not close to a Larry Fitz. Are you kidding me? Larry Fitzgerald. Here's another cool, like, super stat for you. Larry Fitzgerald has more tackles than he does drops. Let that sink in.
Our receivers get tackles, right?
Like, he's a receiver.
Hey, and he's one of the most likable guys, just even behind the scenes. When he's always said hi to me, always respectful, even just so, you know, I was just a security guard, you know, at the stadium. But I just remember just, you know, John Harbaugh just running, like making sure he got to have a conversation with Larry before. Just every veteran on the other team will make sure they have a conversation behind the scenes after the game with Larry. Just universally loved.
I mean, he's one of those guys that you just can't find anybody to say anything bad about him. And he's just been that type of just steady veteran and the pros. And when you look at, I think it's 2 guys in the history that have more yards than him. If I had to look it up right now, right? T.O. and Jerry Rice. Am I correct? Or is it Moss and Jerry Rice? But I know it's only like 2 guys that's got more catches and more touchdowns. I mean, and more yards than Larry Fitzgerald. It's sad that he only got the 1 Super Bowl. I guess you would equate him to what's he like, a Karl Malone, right? Is he kind of like a Karl Malone? You're a basketball guy, Sage. Is Larry Fitz? That's a good one. Is Larry Fitz like a Karl Malone, right?
Because, you know, Karl Malone has all-time great stats. So, and it matches up with Larry's all-time great stats. They both never got the ring. You know, the way that he made it sound was that he might come later on in the season and hop on a playoff team. That's
what I was going to ask you guys. Would you think of him differently?
He's like, I might do it, might not. He's like, I don't know. We'll see how I feel. But I think to be honest, I'm like, you know that you have to be in shape. So I know that even though you're saying that, you're working out still. You're staying strong. Like, to give yourself an option.
Let me ask you a question. Would you think of him differently if he came back in the middle of the year and it wasn't for the Cardinals? Would you think of him differently?
No.
Jake?
I already know he isn't what he used to be kind of guy, but he is a guy that you want on your playoff team, if that makes sense.
You gotta
know
I'll tell you this. If Miami's 12-5 and he calls Miami, I'm like, yo, sign fucking Larry Fitz, please. Former ball boy for Dennis Green for the Minnesota Vikings. University of Pittsburgh star. Larry Fitzgerald was so good he made the cover of NCAA football. Are you guys gamers?
I am a gamer.
How excited are you that they're bringing back NCAA football?
So excited.
I may never play Madden again. I
don't like sports games, so there you go.
Over my history of video game love, I've always played the college version way more than the pro Madden, or whether it was 2K, when 2K kind of took off. Remember when 2K was $19.99? So everybody was buying 2K football. In 04, the one with Taylor Lowlands on the cover.
That was amazing.
Best
games
football game ever made. Best video football game ever made. Was that 04 stage? Was that 04 or 05? It's one of those years, right?
The cover. Yeah, I think it was 2K4.
It's the year after the Michael Vick Madden. And that was 03, right?
It'd be 05 because wasn't Vic 04?
Okay, that's fine.
05 was Ray Lewis.
Yeah, that's when they introduced the hit. That was the first year. That was the first year it hit, which was the worst. No, I'm sorry. The worst invention of Madden was the QB vision. That was the worst.
Yo, I was out. So I actually got a trip to EA Studios where they were like having to take it back. So I got to go in the studio through the Boys and Girls Club. They paid me to go to Florida for a conference, and part of my conference was one of the days I got to EA Sports, and we're playing the Madden like before the one that Michael Vick just came back with the Eagles. It was that Madden. We were working on it, and the QB vision was it was terrible. I hated it
because it showed everybody where you were throwing the ball.
I'm thinking.
Like, if I'm playing you and I'm sitting right next to you, you see where I'm looking. I thought it was the worst. I'm like, QB. And I used to tell people, bro, we turn that off in this house. Yo, what's up with the
turn
QB?
that off?
But everybody that came to my apartment to play, they were like, "Oh, damn, this is kind of better." It shows you how how zombies we are. Whatever's given to us, we'll just accept. And when I saw that, it's like 2K. I will not play anybody in 2K who plays on the 2K view. If you don't play on broadcast 5-4 with zoom in the paint, I won't play you. I do not play North and South video games as far as basketball, even FIFA's broadcast. When I play people, NHL is broadcast. Anybody playing up and dude, come on.
I love NHL.
Because it's a different game. You can make different it's a cheesier way to win when you play on the North and South view. So yeah, you and I know Jake's not in the gamer combo, but you and I are gamers. And definitely, man. All right, guys, I'm wrapping up, man. I'm about to go to the taco truck. Y'all, well, you know what I'm saying. Sage know the taco trucks stay open out here, man, late.
They do.
Eat some carne asada fries and a few tacos on some late night shit. I'm about to watch these college football games. As you guys can see, I just finished up the South Florida and NC State game. I'm about to jump right to the Ohio State Minnesota game.
Hey, man. You know, I gotta let it know, man. It's an amazing time being a college basketball coach now, man. Just took that next level, bro.
You see, Rasheed Wallace got hired by Memphis.
He did.
Rasheed Wallace got hired by Memphis. He's on Penny Hardaway's.
Hardaway's
staff. Yeah,
they got a good team, I heard. So
they just nailed down like the top recruit.
They're gonna win it. They have, or at least they have a good chance to win it.
If Wiseman stayed in college, they'd have won it with Wiseman.
It's different now. They can actually pay.
Yeah.
Did
you guys hear Bryce Young has already accumulated over $1 million?
The new quarterback that skipped senior year that's going to Ohio just signed for got $1 million.
Yeah. Well, not only him, Kayvon Thibodeau, defensive Russian, who people are predicting could be the #1 overall pick in the 2022 draft for Oregon. He just signed some huge deal with like Dr. Pepper. I love this shit, man. Let these kids because think about it. If you're getting paid by an endorsement, don't you got to make sure you go out here and play good? You can't half-ass this, right?
Technically, you still get the money if you do.
Yeah, but I mean, it can come and go, and we know $5 million can be lost. $5 million can be lost in the summer of vacations, cocaine's, and side chicks. Okay,
but at least they're getting it now, and we're not hiding it anymore.
Yeah,
we have any taxes on it.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, dude. I'm with you, Sage. Just put it out there, man. Let these kids get bread. It's not gonna change the sport. Guys are still gonna come out on Saturdays and bust ass. You're still gonna recruit, and now recruiting. Now, the one thing I know is gonna happen that I hope doesn't, but I know it will. Colleges will now start to attach themselves to certain sponsorships and companies that want to pay certain kids.
Of course.
So now that's gonna like Nike, and Adidas, right?
That's been
Zion, yeah, you're right. That's been going on. Zion, Nike.
If you see a 10U team that you think as an NBA team, you are Nike, you'd be like, here's $10,000. Like here's $100,000. Like Steph Curry had an Under Armour. Remember we had my brother had to play them with Matt Bradley, who's now like who was one of the best 3-point shooters in Pac-12 this past year. He just transferred to San Diego State. Steph just dropped $100,000 into that program. And then in front of like, it was like 30, 40 plus coaches, D1, D2. And, Matt Bradley, Kobe threw a pass to Matt Bradley. We got the game winner. And it was on this team, but it's like, there's a lot of money in the AAU game. But it's all about connections, all about people. It's all about people. People doing the groundwork, doing from there's a lot of work that goes behind it.
Well, I mean, big season coming up, man. We could talk sports all day. I'm wrapping up, fellas. Listen, man. I still see. Let me see. 10:34. Okay, so that was Jeremy's last. He said, with me moving from Hawaii to Vegas, I'm a Tua fan. Yeah. So that was over an hour, almost an hour ago. Listen, guys, I appreciate you guys, man. This shit was mad fun. And let's do it again whenever we get a chance to, man. Good luck in the league. I'll be in touch with you guys, man, when it comes to football season. Sage, my family's praying for you and my heart with you. Jay, always praying for you too. I know your wife is expecting, man, so praying for everything to be healthy. I'm like on pins and needles every time my wife goes to the doctors. I want to know, hey, what they say, is the baby okay? Are you okay? Or because a lot of men don't realize. I pay attention to my wife's pregnancies. A lot of men don't realize how hard pregnancy is for women. Like real talk, it's hard, man.
I know exactly how hard it is. Let me tell you. There's this syndrome called Kuvad syndrome. Have you heard of it?
Yes. Where you get, hold on, let me try to get, let me see if I'm right. Where you feel some of your wife's pregnancy pains? Oh my God.
I got her first pregnancy. I got all of them. Like everything that happened to her happened to me. This second time around, I've gotten like little hints of it. Like I know it's there, and I know it's not real, or like I'm like, how is this happening? I'm like, no, I'm not hungry right now. I'm like, no, I'm not nauseous. Get this crap out of here. No.
He said, no, I'm not hungry right now.
Yeah, no, my feet don't hurt. I haven't moved yet.
Exactly. Like, I've had broken ankles. I tore an ACL. I've had separated shoulders. I've never had hip issues. Why the hell is my right hip hurting so damn much every day, whether I'm sitting or I'm standing? And the one thing she complains about, and the doctor told her from her first pregnancy, from this guy right here, this guy like really tore my wife's pelvis up. And now it's affected her because she's carrying bigger with a girl. So now that she's carrying bigger with a girl, it's putting more pressure on her hip. Dude, I can't lay on my right side and go to sleep. That shit hurts. I'm dead ass serious. And I'm like, and I tell her all the time, I'm like, and Jake, you know what's funny? Don't as a husband, guys, anybody that sees this, no one's listening live now, but as anybody sees in the future, husbands, don't ever tell your wife because you think you feel some pain.
No.
That you understand the pain she's going through. Don't you fucking say it. Don't you say it. Don't listen.
That's a no. This was all a joke, okay?
I'm trying to help. Keep that.
There are lines. We crossed them.
Yeah. Make light of it. Make light of it. Oh, honey, I'm feeling a little pain. Because sometimes she might go, okay, well, there's my husband. Because when you're bringing a baby into the world, man, it's really a union. It's really a unity thing, man. It's really a beautiful thing. When you're bringing a baby into the world, that's someone you're still with, you're still in love with, you're still loving, you're still with. I got older daughters from when I was fucking around young, and it's a mess. It's a mess. This right here, this is real. This is where it's real. And you can just say, oh, babe, I felt that too. But don't you ever say, oh God, my pains are like yours. What did you, when your wife snaps her neck like this movement right here, run for cover. Run for cover. Seasonings, you young, you ain't married yet. When you get married and when your wife does this right here, bro, stop talking. Don't say nothing else. Don't say nothing else. We giving you some real OG shit right now. It's two married kids and babies coming into it. Look at this big ass. Look at my son, man, 20 months old. Look at his big ass. Look at my son. Look at him. Look at this leg. Look how long he goes. At 20 months old. Right, buddy? I've already rehearsed, guys. And with the, hold on, let me get the year right. And with the 2048th pick of the NFL draft, the Miami Dolphins select Cameron Husky, quarterback, USC. Right, buddy? He's like, Dad, I'm going to be on the chess club. Hey, man, I'm out of here, man. I love you guys. I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, brothers.
Y'all stay up, man.